Hello everyone, I am the Seleni, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The job offer arrived on a postcard, an anachronism in an age of digital communication. The image on the front was a faded, sepia-toned photograph of a sprawling Gothic building half hidden by overgrown pine trees. On the back, a single typed sentence: "Archivist needed, Whispering Pine Sanatorium. Generous stipend. Discretion essential. Contact Mr. Silas Blackwood, caretaker, via enclosed number." Eleanor Vance, a historian whose speciality in marginalized medical narratives had left her with a sparse CV and an even sparser bank account, felt a familiar pull. Sanatoriums, with their inherent melancholy and whispered histories of suffering and fleeting hope, had always fascinated her. The name Silas Blackwood resonated with a faint, unsettling familiarity, like a half-forgotten dream. Whispering Pines was even more remote than she'd imagined, nestled deep in a forgotten valley in the Adirondacks, accessible only by a winding, single-lane dirt road that seemed determined to shake her ancient Volvo apart. The sanatorium itself was a decaying behemoth, its once grand Victorian architecture surrendering to the relentless encroachment of nature. Broken windows stared like vacant eyes, paint peeled like sunburnt skin, and the eponymous pine trees pressed in on all sides, their branches sighing in the constant mournful wind. Mr. Blackwood was as weathered and ancient as the sanatorium itself. A tall, gaunt man with eyes like chips of granite, he met her at the creaking main entrance. His voice was a low, rasping whisper, perfectly suited to the environment. "Miss Vance," he rasped, offering a skeletal hand. "The records are extensive and delicate. They require a gentle touch." He led her through echoing, dust-filled halls, past rooms with peeling wallpaper and rusted iron bed frames, to what had once been the chief physician's office. This was to be her workspace. It was dominated by a massive mahogany desk and floor-to-ceiling, shelves groaning under the weight of leather-bound ledgers, patient files in brittle manila folders, and boxes overflowing with glass plate negatives. The sanatorium officially closed in 1958, Blackwood explained, his gaze distant. But the stories, they never quite leave a place like this. Your task is to preserve them, to give voice to the voiceless, before they fade completely. Her accommodation was a small, surprisingly clean suite of rooms in what had been the nurses' quarters, a short, covered walkway from the main building. The stipend was indeed generous, paid in cash in advance, by a solicitor in the nearest town, a 3-hour drive away. Eleanor began her work with a historian's fervor. The records of Whispering Pines were a treasure trove of lost narratives, patient journals filled with heartbreaking poetry and desperate pleas, doctor's notes detailing experimental treatments for tuberculosis, the white plague that had filled these halls with its victims, photographs of patients, pale, hopeful faces on arrival, gaunt, resigned figures in the later stages. The silence of Whispering Pines was profound, broken only by the sighing of the wind through the pines, a sound that, after a few days, began to feel less like wind and more like breathing. A collective, sorrowful exhalation from the building itself. The first anomaly occurred a week into her stay. She was carefully cataloging a set of X-ray plates, the ghostly outlines of diseased lungs illuminated by her battery-powered light box. She heard a distinct, soft cough from the hallway outside her office. She called out, thinking it was Mr. Blackwood. No response. She cautiously opened the door. The corridor was empty, stretching into dusty, shadowed gloom. She dismissed it as the old building settling, or her own ears playing tricks in the profound quiet. But the coughs continued, intermittently, always seeming to come from just out of sight. Sometimes a single dry hack, sometimes a prolonged racking spasm that made her own chest ache in sympathy. Then came the whispers. Faint at first, like the rustle of dry leaves or the turning of brittle pages. They seemed to emanate from the very walls, from the stacks of patient records. As the days passed, they grew more distinct, coalescing into soft, sibilant murmurs. She couldn't make out words, but the tone was unmistakable, a chorus of pain, of regret, of unspoken sorrows. She found herself working later and later into the night, drawn into the tragic lives preserved in the decaying ink and faded photographs. She learned their names, their hopes, their fears. There was young Thomas, a poet whose lungs had failed him before his talent could bloom. Elara, a musician whose delicate hands could no longer hold her violin. Arthur, a scholar whose final, rambling letters were filled with philosophical despair. One night, while reading a particularly poignant entry in Elara's journal, where she described hearing phantom music in the empty halls, Eleanor heard it too. The faint, ethereal notes of a violin, a melancholic air that seemed to drift from the abandoned solarium at the end of the corridor. She followed the sound, her flashlight beam trembling. The solarium was a vast glass-walled room, now mostly dark, its windows grimy and cracked, overlooking the dense black sea of pine trees. The air was icy cold. The violin music was clearer here, heartbreakingly, beautiful yet undeniably not there. There was no source, no instrument, no musician. It was an echo, a memory imprinted on the very atmosphere of the room. As the last note faded, a soft, feminine sigh seemed to brush past her ear, and the scent of dried lavender, mentioned in Elara's journal as her favorite, filled the air for a fleeting moment. Eleanor backed out of the solarium, her heart pounding. This was more than just an old building. It was a repository of sorrow, and the sorrow was active. She confided in Mr. Blackwood during his next weekly visit, expecting him to dismiss her experiences as stress or imagination. Instead, he listened impassively, his granite eyes fixed on hers. "The pines have long memories, Miss Vance," he rasped when she had finished. "And the air here, it holds the echoes. Some are stronger than others. They are drawn to those who listen." "But what do they want?" Eleanor whispered. "To be heard," Blackwood replied simply. "To have their stories told. That is why you are here, is it not?" His words, meant perhaps to reassure, only deepened her unease. She was not just an archivist, she was becoming an audience, a conduit. The paranormal phenomena escalated. Doors would creak open and closed on their own. Objects she was certain she had left in one place would appear in another. The whispers became more articulate, sometimes calling her name in soft, sorrowful tones. One afternoon, while working on a box of patient correspondence, she found a letter addressed to her. Eleanor Vance, dated 1947. It was from Thomas, the young poet, thanking her for listening to his verses and for understanding his heart. She dropped the letter as if it had burned her, her mind reeling. This was impossible. This was a delusion. But the letter was real. Its ink faded but legible, its paper brittle with age. She began to feel a profound connection to these long-dead patients, their joys and sorrows, their hopes and despairs, becoming as real to her as her own. She started talking to them, responding to their whispered pleas, offering words of comfort to the empty, echoing rooms. Her dreams became their dreams. She walked the sunlit porches of Whispering Pines in its prime, sat beside patients on wicker chairs, listening to their coughs, their whispered confessions. She felt their fevers, their shortness of breath, their creeping despair. She would wake exhausted, her own lungs aching, the scent of antiseptic and decaying flowers clinging to her. She was losing herself, her own identity blurring with the countless identities preserved in the archives. One particularly stormy night, the wind howling through the pines like a chorus of tormented souls, the power failed. The emergency generator, ancient and unreliable, sputtered and died, plunging the sanatorium into absolute darkness. Eleanor fumbled for her flashlight, her matches. The whispers were deafening now, a cacophony of voices clamoring for her attention, their sorrow a palpable weight in the oppressive blackness. Eleanor, help us. So cold. So lonely. Tell our stories. Don't let us be forgotten. Her flashlight beam cut a shaky path through the darkness. She had to get out, to escape the overwhelming tide of their collective grief. She stumbled through the corridors, towards the main entrance, but the way was blocked. Standing in the grand foyer, silhouetted against the faint, stormy moonlight filtering through the grimy, arched windows, were figures, dozens of them. Pale, translucent, dressed in the drab institutional clothing of a bygone era. Thomas, Alara, Arthur, and countless others whose names and faces she knew from the archives. They were not menacing. Their expressions were filled with a profound, heartbreaking sadness. Their hands were outstretched, not to grab, but to implore. "You can't leave, Eleanor," Thomas whispered, his voice a dry rustle, like autumn leaves. "You are our voice now." "Stay with us," Alara echoed, the phantom notes of her violin weaving through her words. "Preserve us. Remember us." Amelia. No. Eleanor, she had to remember her own name, backed away, her heart pounding. I can't. This isn't real. You're not real." A collective sigh, cold and sorrowful, swept through the foyer. The figures flickered, their forms becoming more indistinct, as if her denial pained them, weakened them. Then, Mr. Blackwood appeared, materializing from the deepest shadows as if he were one of them. His eyes glowed with a faint internal luminescence. "They are as real as memory, Miss Vance," he rasped. "As real as the stories you have so diligently preserved. They are the echoes of Whispering Pines, and they require an anchor, a listener, lest they fade into the static of oblivion." He gestured towards the assembled spirits. "Your predecessors understood. Each archivist in their time became a part of the collection. Their empathy, their dedication, nourished the echoes, kept them alive." Eleanor remembered the unsettling familiarity of his name. Blackwood. A name linked to other shadowed places, other strange legacies. Was he a man? Or something more ancient? A guardian of these liminal spaces where sorrow congealed? "You mean they died here?" Eleanor whispered, her gaze sweeping over the sorrowful, translucent faces. "Died?" Blackwood tilted his head, a faint, dry smile touching his lips. No, Miss Vance. They became immortalized, their stories woven into the fabric of whispering pines, just as yours will be. He extended a skeletal hand. It is time to join the archive, Eleanor. Your understanding is complete. Your empathy is exceptional. The spectral figures pressed closer, their whispers a chorus of pleading and anticipation. Eleanor felt a profound weariness wash over her, a deep, empathetic sorrow that threatened to drown her own identity. It would be so easy to surrender, to let go, to become another echo in these hallowed, haunted halls. But a spark of defiance, the historian's instinct to observe, to record, but not to become the story, flickered within her. No, she said, her voice surprisingly firm. My job is to preserve your stories, not to become one of them. To give you a voice in the world outside these walls, not to be silenced within them. She held up the patient journal she had been working on when the power failed. Arthur's journal, filled with his scholarly despair. Your suffering deserves to be known, not just re-experienced in an endless loop. A change came over the spectral figures, a flicker of surprise, of hope. The oppressive sorrow in the foyer seemed to lessen, just slightly. Blackwood's smile faded. That is not the way of whispering pines, Miss Vance. The echoes must remain. They are bound here. Then perhaps it's time to unbind them, Eleanor said, a desperate idea forming in her mind. If light and air can dispel decay, perhaps truth can dispel echoes. She turned and fled, not towards the exit, but back towards her office, towards the archives. The spirits followed, a silent, rustling procession, their translucent forms drifting through the darkened corridors. Blackwood remained in the foyer, a tall, dark silhouette, watching her with his ancient, unreadable eyes. She reached her office, fumbling in the darkness for what she needed. Not the patient files themselves, but her own laptop, her digital recorder, the tools of a modern archivist. Her emergency power bank, thankfully, was fully charged. She began to speak, her voice clear and steady in the darkness, addressing the unseen presence of the spirits gathered around her. She spoke of Thomas's poetry, reading excerpts from his journal. She described Alara's love for music, humming the fragments of melodies she'd found in her notes. She recounted Arthur's philosophical struggles, his poignant observations on life and loss. She didn't offer comfort or pity. She offered witness. She acknowledged their lives, their talents, their pain, not as ghostly echoes, but as human beings who had lived and suffered and dreamed. As she spoke, a change came over the room. The oppressive cold began to lift. The whispers softened, losing their desperate, sorrowful edge, becoming almost peaceful. The faint scent of antiseptic and decay began to recede, replaced by the clean, sharp fragrance of the surrounding pine forest, as if a window had been thrown open to the outside world. She spoke for hours, her voice growing hoarse, until the first pale light of dawn began to filter through the grimy windows. When she finally fell silent, exhausted but strangely exhilarated, the room was quiet. The oppressive presence was gone. The air felt lighter, cleaner. She looked around. The spectral figures had vanished. She walked through the silent halls of whispering pines. The oppressive atmosphere was lifted. The building still felt old, melancholic, but the sense of active, suffering presences was gone. It felt at peace, Mr. Blackwood was waiting for her in the foyer. He looked older, more tired. His luminescence faded. "You have done a remarkable thing, Miss Vance," he raz amra. "You have given them what no other archivist could. You have given them release, not just remembrance." "What happens now?" Eleanor asked, her voice weary. "Now," Blackwood said, a faint, almost human smile touching his lips. "Whispering Pines can finally sleep. And so, I think, can I?" He seemed to shimmer, his form becoming less distinct, then slowly faded, until only the faint scent of dust and old lavender remained. Eleanor Vance completed her work at Whispering Pines. She digitized the records, not as a catalog of suffering, but as a testament to the lives lived within its walls. She wrote a book, Echoes of the Pines, which became a quiet, critical success, bringing the forgotten stories of the sanatorium's patients to a new generation. She never saw Mr. Blackwood again, nor did she encounter any more spectral residents. The sanatorium, under the care of the Historical Preservation Society, was eventually stabilized, a small museum established in its east wing. The west wing remained closed, a silent memorial. But sometimes, when Eleanor visits Whispering Pines, when she walks its quiet, sun-dappled halls, she fancies she can still hear it. Not the sorrowful whispers of trapped souls, but the faint, contented sigh of the wind through the pines, the peaceful breath of a house finally at rest, its stories told, its echoes finally, blessedly, silent. The air still carries the scent of old paper and pine, but the metallic tang of sorrow, the cloying sweetness of decay, are gone forever. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a series of coordinates etched onto a thin shard of obsidian delivered by a silent, cloaked courier. Dr. Alastair Finch, a different Finch, this one a disgraced linguist specializing in dead and constructed languages, whose career had imploded after he claimed to find sentient syntax within the Dead Sea Scrolls, recognized the implication immediately. This was a call from the Cartographers' Conclave, a clandestine organization rumored to map not geographical terrains, but fractures in reality itself. Alistair, ostracized by academia and haunted by the echoes of languages no living tongue remembered, had little left to lose. He followed the coordinates, a journey that took him from his dusty, book-filled apartment in Cambridge to a remote, windswept peninsula on the coast of Newfoundland, a place where jagged black cliffs met a perpetually furious, slate-gray sea. At T, the designated spot, a crumbling stone watchtower older than any recorded history of the region, he found a single unadorned door. It opened into darkness, and a narrow, spiraling staircase that descended deep into the earth. The air grew colder, thick with the scent of brine, ancient stone, and something else. A faint, metallic tang, like ozone before a lightning strike, or the taste of a battery on the tongue. The staircase opened into a vast, circular chamber, lit by an eerie, pulsating luminescence that seemed to emanate from the very rock. In the center stood a massive, slowly rotating orrery, but instead of planets and stars, its intricate brass arms held crystalline structures of impossible geometries, shards of obsidian that seemed to drink the light, and spheres of swirling, colored mist. Around the orrery, seated at intricately carved stone desks, were figures cloaked and hooded, their faces lost in shadow. The Cartographers' Conclave. A single, taller figure detached itself from the periphery and glided towards Alistair. Its hood was deeper, its shadows more profound. This, Alistair sensed, was the prime cartographer, perhaps the entity known in their rare, whispered communications only as Silas. "Dr. Finch," a voice echoed, not from the figure, but seemingly from the chamber itself, a chorus of dry, rustling whispers. "You have answered the call. Your unique understanding of fractured syntax is required." Alistair, unnerved but resolute, inclined his head. "I am here. A new shatter has been detected," the composite voice continued. "A place where the fabric of reality has grown thin, where the echoes of other possibilities bleed through. It manifests as a linguistic anomaly, a Babel point. Your task is to map its contours, to understand its grammar, before it unravels further, or before something else learns to speak its language." He was given a small, leather-bound book, its pages blank, and a stylus made of a dark, cold metal he didn't recognize. "This will record your findings," the voice explained. "It responds to conceptual transference, not mere script." His destination: a remote, abandoned village in the Carpathian Mountains, a place called Vatra Uitata, the Forgotten Hearth. It had been depopulated decades ago, under mysterious circumstances, local folklore blaming a sickness of the tongue. Alistair arrived in Vatra Uitata as an early biting winter began to grip the mountains. The village was a collection of crumbling stone cottages, their thatched roofs caved in, their windows like vacant sockets. A thick, unnatural silence hung over the place, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind through the skeletal branches of the surrounding forest. The air tasted metallic, like the chamber of the conclave. He set up a base in the least dilapidated structure, the former village priest's house, next to a small stone church, whose steeple had long since collapsed. He began his work immediately, walking the deserted laneways, the empty cottages, the overgrown graveyard, the blank book and stylus always in hand. At first, there was nothing overtly unusual, beyond the profound desolation and the oppressive silence. But as he spent more time in Vatra Uitata, as he allowed his senses to attune to the subtle wrongness of the place, he began to notice the anomalies. Words carved into doorframes would subtly shift their meaning if he glanced away and looked back. A signpost at the village edge, written in an archaic local dialect, seemed to rearrange its letters, forming new, nonsensical words. The wind, when it whispered through the cracks in the stone walls, sometimes carried fragments of speech, in languages he had never heard, yet almost understood. The blank book in his hand began to fill, not with his own writing, but with intricate, sprawling diagrams of syntax, with glyphs that shifted and reformed as he watched, with sentences that looped back on themselves, creating impossible, paradoxical meanings. The conceptual transference was happening. The Babel point was speaking to him, and the book was translating. He realized the sickness of the tongue hadn't been a physical ailment. The villagers of Vatra Uitata had begun to speak the language of the shatter, their own words becoming twisted, their meanings lost, their ability to communicate with the outside world, and eventually with each other, irrevocably broken. They had been consumed by a linguistic virus. The silence of the village was not empty. It was the silence of incomprehension, the silence of a place where shared meaning had died. As Alistair delved deeper, the anomalies intensified. He would hear conversations in empty rooms, arguments, lullabies, prayers, all spoken in a cacophony of overlapping, untranslatable tongues. He would see words manifest briefly in the air, like heat haze, shimmering with impossible colors, before dissolving. His own thoughts began to fragment. His internal monologue, once precise and academic, became a jumble of half-formed sentences, of words losing their anchor to meaning. He found himself struggling to write his own notes, his hand forming alien glyphs instead of familiar letters. The Babel Point was not just a place, it was an infection. One evening, while studying the gravestones in the churchyard, their inscriptions worn and faded, he saw a name he recognized from his academic research: Elias Thorne, a 17th century occultist and linguist who had vanished while searching for the prima lingua, the mythical first language from which all others were supposedly derived. The date of death was absent, the stone simply reading, Elias Thorne. He listened too closely. Alistair felt a cold dread. Was this the fate of those who studied? These shatters? To become another forgotten inscription? Another lost echo? The blank book, now nearly full of the shatter's alien grammar, began to exert a strange pull on him. When he held it, the cacophony in his mind would quiet, replaced by a cold, clear understanding of the impossible syntax it contained. He felt himself on the verge of a breakthrough, of truly comprehending this language of fractured reality, but he also sensed a terrible danger in that comprehension. To fully understand it was, perhaps, to be consumed by it. He started to see figures in the village, fleeting, translucent apparitions that flickered at the edge of his vision. They were the former inhabitants, he realized, their forms indistinct, their identities lost, existing now only as echoes within the Babel Point, their consciousness fragmented into pure, untethered language. They would drift through the empty cottages, mouthing silent, incomprehensible words, their eyes filled with a profound, linguistic loneliness. One night, a storm swept through the mountains, the wind howling like a chorus of tormented lexicographers. Alistair took refuge in the crumbling church. The air inside was thick with the metallic tang and the overwhelming presence of the shatter. The altar stone was covered in the same shifting, luminous glyphs that now filled his book. And standing before the altar was a figure, not translucent like the villager echoes, but solid, cloaked and hooded. The prime cartographer, Silas. "You have mapped the primary infection, Dr. Finch," the composite voice echoed in the small church. But the source, the core of the Babel Point, remains uncatalogued. Silas gestured towards a section of the church floor that seemed to ripple, to distort, the stone itself appearing to flow like liquid script. It lies beneath, where the first words of Vatra Vitata were spoken, and where they were first broken. A trapdoor, previously invisible, became apparent in the floor. Steps led down into darkness. "The conclave requires a complete cartography," Silas's voice insisted. "You must descend. You must map the route." Alistair knew, with a certainty that chilled him to his core, that to descend into that darkness, to map the very heart of the Babel Point, would be to surrender himself entirely to its fractured logic. He would become another Elias Thorne, another forgotten scholar who listened too closely. But the pull of the unknown, the lure of ultimate linguistic discovery, was a siren song he had chased his entire life. This was the prima lingua, not of creation, but of uncreation, the grammar of entropy itself. He clutched the nearly full book, its alien syntax thrumming in his mind, and descended into the darkness beneath the church. The passage was narrow, suffocating, the walls slick with a strange, ink-like ichor. The only light came from the faint luminescence of the glyphs that now covered every surface, writhing and shifting like living things. The air was thick with the sound of a million whispering voices, all speaking at once, in a language that was every language and no language, a language that described the spaces between words, the silences between thoughts. He reached a central chamber, a vast, pulsating void where reality itself seemed to come undone. In the center, suspended in a vortex of swirling, chaotic script, was a single, perfect crystal, black as obsidian, that resonated with an ancient, terrible intelligence. The core, the source of the Babel point. As Alistair approached, the crystal pulsed, and a wave of pure, untranslatable meaning washed over him, threatening to shatter his sanity. The book in his hand grew hot, the last few blank pages filling rapidly with a script so complex, so alien, that it seemed to scorch the very paper. He felt his own language, his own thoughts, his very identity, beginning to unravel, to be reabsorbed into the primal chaos of the core. He was becoming part of the shatter. But as the last vestiges of his selfhood threatened to dissolve, a single clear thought cut through the noise. Syntax requires structure. Meaning requires contrast. Chaos cannot be mapped, it can only be contained. He remembered his own disgrace theories, the idea of sentient syntax. What if this language, this shatter, could be reasoned with, argued with, not in words, but in pure grammatical logic? He focused all his remaining will, all his profound understanding of linguistic structure, and projected a concept towards the core, the concept of a full stop, of an end, of silence not as a void, but as a deliberate cessation. The effect was startling. The core pulsed erratically, the chaotic script around it flickering, faltering. The million whispering voices caught, stuttered, then fell silent. For a single, stretched moment, there was absolute, perfect quiet in the chamber. Then, with a sound like a universe sighing, the core began to contract. The swirling glyphs condensed, drawing inwards, until the crystal was once more a simple, inert shard of obsidian, radiating only coldness. The Babel point was punctuated, contained. Not destroyed, but brought to a state of grammatical rest. Alistair collapsed, his mind reeling, the book falling from his nerveless fingers. When he finally managed to stumble back up to the church, Silas was gone. The village of Vatra Uitata was silent, but it was a different silence now. A clean, empty silence. The oppressive metallic tang was gone. The shifting glyphs had faded from the stones. The book, when he retrieved it, was complete. Every page filled with the chillingly beautiful, now dormant grammar of the shattered reality. It was the ultimate linguistic artifact, and it was utterly, terrifyingly dangerous. Alistair left Vatra Uitata the next day, the book carefully wrapped and hidden in his pack. He never heard from the cartographer's conclave again. Perhaps they had achieved their purpose. Or perhaps they too had been consumed or contained by the forces they sought to map. He returned to his dusty apartment in Cambridge, but he was no longer the same man. He had glimpsed the abyss, had conversed with the grammar of unmaking, and had somehow survived. He keeps the book locked away in a lead-lined box, for he knows its language is not dead, merely dormant. He knows that shatters exist, that the fabric of reality is thin in places, and that there are entities that speak in tongues that can unravel the mind. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is asleep, he takes out the book. He doesn't open it. He simply holds it, feeling the faint, dormant thrum of the impossible syntax within. He is a cartographer still, but the maps he now studies are the fragile boundaries of his own sanity. He knows that language is power, and that some languages are too powerful to be spoken, too dangerous to be understood. He carries the silence of Vatra Uitata within him, a permanent, internal babble point, a reminder that in the spaces between words, in the static between realities, lie truths that can shatter not just worlds, but the very concept of meaning itself. And he, Dr. Alistair Finch, is now its reluctant and perhaps eternal librarian. The telegram, a relic from a bygone era, found its way to Elias Thorne's cluttered London flat via a series of bewildered postal workers. It was terse, almost cryptic. Clock stopped, mill silent, presence required, your great-uncle Alistair, Hollowgrove. Elias, a historian of horology whose academic pursuits had led him down increasingly esoteric paths, the resonant frequencies of ancient timepieces, the theoretical mechanics of temporal echoes, felt a jolt of unease mixed with a strange, ancestral pull. Great-uncle Alistair Thorne. The Thorne name, it seemed, was a recurring motif in the symphony of the strange, was the reclusive custodian of Hollowgrove Mill, a place Elias knew only from faded photographs and hushed family whispers. It was a place, his grandmother used to say, where time itself ran differently. Hollowgrove Mill wasn't a quaint, picturesque ruin. It was a hulking, soot-stained brick behemoth, a relic of the early Industrial Revolution, squatting beside a sluggish Blackwater River in a perpetually damp and shadowed valley in the Peak District. Its massive water wheel, choked with moss and debris, hadn't turned in decades. Its countless small-paned windows were dark, like the compound eyes of some monstrous sleeping insect. Elias arrived on a drizzly autumn afternoon, the air thick, with the smell of wet earth, decaying leaves, and a faint, almost imperceptible scent of machine oil and something else, a subtle, rhythmic ticking, so faint he initially dismissed it as a figment of his overactive imagination. The main gates, wrought iron and rusted shut, were surprisingly unlocked. He pushed them open with a protesting groan and made his way up the cobblestone track towards the main mill building. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip of water from the eaves and the distant caw of a crow. He found great-uncle Alistair in what had once been the mill manager's office, a cramped, dusty room overlooking the silent, cavernous main workshop. Alistair was ancient, frail, his skin like old parchment stretched over sharp bones, his eyes, magnified by thick spectacles, holding a feverish, desperate light. He was hunched over a workbench cluttered with intricate clockwork mechanisms, tiny gears and delicate tools. "Elias," he rasped, his voice thin and dry as autumn leaves. "You came. Good. There is little time." He gestured vaguely around the room, at the dozens of clocks that lined the walls. Grandfather clocks, mantel clocks, ship's chronometers, intricate astronomical clocks, all silent, their hands frozen at different, seemingly random times. "The mainspring," Alistair whispered, his gaze darting towards a heavy steel-banded door at the far end of the workshop. "It has unwound. The heart of Hollowgrove has stopped." Over the next few hours, as Elias explored the mill and Alistair offered fragmented, increasingly disturbing explanations, a picture began to emerge. Hollowgrove Mill hadn't just produced textiles. Its true purpose, its secret function, orchestrated by generations of Thorns, was to house and maintain something Alistair called the chronometer, or the mainspring. It wasn't a clock in any conventional sense, but a vast, intricate clockwork mechanism built deep within the mill's foundations. A machine Alistair claimed regulated. Something fundamental. "It doesn't just measure time, Elias," Alistair had said, his eyes burning with a strange intensity. "It harmonizes it. It keeps the echoes of what was from bleeding too sharply into the now. It dampens the resonances of possibilities that never were. Without its rhythm, the barriers fray." Elias, a man of science, however esoteric, struggled to comprehend. This sounded like madness, the delusions of an old man isolated for too long. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere of the mill, the unnatural stillness, the way shadows seemed to cling to corners with an almost sentient tenacity, pricked at his skepticism. Alistair led him to the steel-banded door. It was cold to the touch and hummed with a faint, almost subliminal vibration. "This is the entrance to the heart chamber," he said. "Only a thorn, by blood and by understanding, can recalibrate the mainspring. I am too weak now. The slippage has already begun." "Slippage?" Elias asked, his unease growing. "Time," Alistair whispered, his gaze unfocused. "It frays, moments repeat, others are lost. The echoes grow stronger, soon they will overwhelm." He pressed a heavy, ornate brass key into Elias's hand. "You must restart it, before Hollowgrove unravels completely." With that, Alistair collapsed, his frail body slumping against the workbench, his breath a shallow rattle. By the time Elias could check for a pulse, he was gone. Elias was alone in the vast, silent mill, with a dead great-uncle, a cryptic warning, and a key to a machine that supposedly regulated time itself. He spent a fitful night in Alistair's small Spartan living quarters above the office, the silence of the stopped clocks pressing in on him. He dreamed of gears grinding, of pendulums swinging out of sync, of time itself stuttering and breaking apart like shattered glass. The next morning, driven by a mixture of filial duty, scientific curiosity, and a growing, undeniable dread, he approached the steel-banded door. The key turned with a series of heavy, satisfying clicks. The door swung inward, revealing a narrow stone staircase spiraling down into darkness. The air that rose to meet him was cold, damp, and carried that same faint, rhythmic ticking he'd noticed upon arrival, but stronger now, accompanied by a low, resonant hum, like a vast, sleeping heart. He descended, his flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive gloom. The staircase opened into a colossal, circular chamber, its domed ceiling lost in shadow far above. And in the center, filling most of the space, was the mainspring. It was a breathtaking, terrifying sight. A gigantic, intricate web of gears, levers, pendulums, and escapements, all crafted from brass, steel, and some dark, unidentifiable metal. It was a clockwork universe, a mechanical god, silent now, its myriad components still and lifeless. But even in its stillness, it radiated an immense dormant power. Walkways and platforms allowed access to its various levels. Faded charts and diagrams were pinned to nearby stone walls, covered in Alistair's spidery script, detailing calibration sequences, resonant frequencies, harmonic adjustments. Elias, the horologist, was in awe. Elias, the man trapped in a dead great-uncle's impossible legacy, was terrified. He found Alistair's primary logbook near a control panel, a bank of levers and dials that looked like the console of some Victorian spacecraft. The last entry was chilling. The escapement falters. The prime gear teeth are worn, Resonance drift critical. The echoes are breaking through. I hear them, the ones who were unwound. They whisper from the stopped moments. If it stops, they will walk again. The ones who were unwound. The phrase sent a shiver down Elias's spine. He began to notice them then. The slippages. A toolbox he was certain he'd left on a platform would appear on another. A page in the logbook he'd just read would be blank when he glanced back, then filled again with different, older entries. He'd hear a footstep behind him, turn, and find nothing but the silent, colossal machine. And the echoes. He started seeing them. Faint, translucent figures flickering at the edge of his vision. Men and women in old-fashioned work clothes, their movements jerky, repetitive, like figures in a damaged zoetrope. They were the former workers of Hollow Grove Mill, Alistair's, logbook suggested, their lives, their very moments, somehow caught in the gears of the mainspring when it had malfunctioned in the past, their timelines unwound and trapped within its mechanism. They didn't seem to see him. They went about their spectral tasks, tending phantom looms, hauling invisible bales, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes vacant. They were echoes, trapped in a loop of their final working day, or perhaps their final moment. The rhythmic ticking he'd been hearing grew louder, more insistent, but it wasn't coming from the mainspring. It was coming from the walls, from the air itself, from the spaces between the moments. The very fabric of time in Hollow Grove felt wrong. Stretched thin in places, bunched up in others. He knew he had to restart the mainspring, but the complexity of the machine was overwhelming. The calibration sequences were arcane, more akin to alchemical formulae than engineering schematics. He spent days in the heart chamber, fueled by coffee and a growing sense of desperation, poring over Alistair's notes, trying to understand the machine's intricate dance. The echoes of the mill workers became more frequent, more solid. Sometimes one would brush past him, a chill wind in its wake, its vacant eyes staring through him. He started experiencing lost time. He would be working at a console, then blink, and find himself in a different part of the chamber, hours having passed, with no memory of moving. The pages of his own notebook would fill with calculations he didn't recall making, in handwriting that was subtly, disturbingly, not quite his own. One evening, as he was attempting to adjust a massive counterweight, he saw a new echo. Not a mill worker, but a figure in a dark tailored suit, his face sharp and intelligent, his eyes holding a familiar feverish light. Great Uncle Alistair, or rather, an echo of Alistair, from a time when he was younger, stronger. This Alistair echo moved with purpose, adjusting dials, tightening gears, his movements precise, practiced. He seemed to be working with Elias, guiding him, showing him the correct sequences. Elias, teetering on the brink of exhaustion and madness, began to follow the echo's lead. Together, man and ghost, they worked on the colossal machine. The Alistair echo couldn't physically manipulate the controls, but it could point, guide, its translucent fingers indicating the precise adjustments needed. The rhythmic ticking in the chamber grew fainter as they worked, the oppressive stillness lessening, but the echoes of the mill workers grew more agitated, their movements more frantic, their spectral forms flickering, as if resisting the restoration of order. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the final sequence, the winding of the prime gear, the heart of the mainspring. It required a massive two-handled crank, a task too great for one man, especially one as exhausted as Elias. The Alistair echo stood beside him, its translucent hands hovering over one side of the crank. Elias gripped the other. He could feel no physical resistance from the echo, but he felt a presence, a will, a focused intent. Together, they began to turn. The crank was incredibly heavy, the gears within the mainspring groaning in protest. The echoes of the mill workers swirled around them, their whispers becoming a chorus of dismay, their forms growing fainter, more transparent. With a final monumental effort, the crank turned to full rotation. A deep, resonant thrum echoed through the chamber, a sound that vibrated in Elias's bones, in the very marrow. The colossal pendulum at the heart of the mainspring began to swing, slowly at first, then with increasing momentum. Gears engaged, levers shifted, and a cascade of intricate rhythmic clicks and ticks filled the air. The mainspring was alive. The Alistair echo smiled, a faint, serene expression, then slowly faded, its task complete. The echoes of the mill workers vanished, their tormented loops finally broken, their moments released. The rhythmic ticking that had pervaded the mill was gone, replaced by the steady, powerful beat of the mainspring. The air in the heart chamber felt clean, clear, the oppressive weight lifted. Time in Hollowgrove had been reset, harmonized. Elias climbed the stone staircase, his body aching, his mind reeling, but a strange sense of peace settling over him. He emerged into the mill manager's office to find the dozens of clocks on the walls all ticking in perfect unison, their hands all pointing to the correct time. He buried Great-Uncle Alistair in the small, overgrown churchyard behind the mill, beside generations of other thorns who had tended the secret heart of Hollowgrove. Elias didn't sell the mill. He couldn't. He was a thorn, and he understood now. The mainspring required a custodian, a horologist with the blood and the understanding to maintain its delicate balance. It was his legacy, his responsibility. He lives at Hollowgrove Mill now. He keeps the clocks wound, the mainspring calibrated. The work is demanding, solitary. But there is a strange comfort in it, in the steady, rhythmic beat that underpins the silence of the valley. Sometimes he sees faint echoes, a flicker of a mill worker in a dusty corner, a fleeting glimpse of Alistair, younger, nodding his approval. They are no longer trapped, no longer tormented, just faint resonances, like the lingering chime of a distant bell. He knows the dangers. He knows that time, even when harmonized, is a fragile thing. He knows that if the mainspring falters, the echoes will return, the slippages will begin, and the ones who were unwound will whisper again from the stopped moments. But Elias Thorne, the historian of horology, the reluctant custodian of Hollowgrove, keeps his vigil. He listens to the heartbeat of the mill, to the intricate dance of its gears, and he ensures that time, in this one small, shadowed corner of the world, continues to flow as it should. For he understands, more than most, that some clocks do more than just tell time. Some clocks hold it together, and some, if allowed to stop, can unravel everything. The silence now is a true silence, but he is always listening for the first discordant tick, the first sign that the echoes are stirring. Once more, the inheritance arrived like a ghost from a forgotten past. A thick vellum envelope, sealed with an unfamiliar wax crest depicting a raven clutching a quill. Inside, a solicitor's letter informed Thomas Ashton, a struggling rare book dealer, whose shop was more a dusty archive than a thriving business, that his great-aunt Alara Thorne, a recluse he'd never met, had passed away. She had bequeathed to him her entire estate, including her ancestral home at number 7 Hemlock Lane and her rather unique collection of manuscripts. Hemlock Lane, Thomas discovered after a day's drive into the mist-shrouded, forgotten hinterlands of rural Vermont, was less a lane and more a shadowed, overgrown track that dead-ended at a pair of imposing wrought-iron gates. Beyond them, half hidden by ancient, gnarled hemlocks, whose branches intertwined like skeletal fingers, stood the house. It was a brooding Gothic structure of dark, weathered stone, its many gabled windows like vacant eyes staring out from beneath heavy, moss-covered eaves. A palpable silence clung to the place, a silence that seemed to absorb sound, to muffle the rustle of leaves and the distant cry of a hawk. The air, as Thomas pushed open the groaning gates, was cool and carried the scent of damp earth, decaying, wood, and something else. Something faint and papery, like old ink and even older parchment. The front door, a massive slab of age-blackened oak, was unlocked. It swung inward with a protesting shriek, revealing a cavernous, dimly lit foyer. Dust motes danced in the thin shafts of light filtering through a grimy, leaded glass window high above. A grand, curving staircase, its banister thick with cobwebs, ascended into deeper shadows. The silence within was absolute, save for the frantic thumping of Thomas's own heart. His great-aunt Alara's solicitor had been vague about the unique collection. Thomas, envisioning perhaps a few valuable first editions or some quaint Victorian novels, was unprepared for what he found in the library. It was a vast, 2-story chamber, its walls lined from floor to ceiling with towering shelves crammed with books. But these were not ordinary books. They were manuscripts, thousands of them, bound in leather, in vellum, in rough, untreated animal hides, some even in what looked disturbingly like preserved human skin. Their spines were mostly blank, or marked with cryptic symbols and sigils he didn't recognize. The air here was thick with that papery, inky scent, but also with a faint, almost imperceptible undertone of something else. A dry, rustling sound, like countless brittle pages being turned by unseen hands. A massive, claw-footed mahogany desk dominated the center of the room, its surface clear save for a single ornate inkwell, a collection of antique quills, and a thick, leather-bound ledger open to a blank page. Thomas spent the first few days in a state of bewildered awe. He was a lover of old books, but this collection was beyond anything he had ever encountered. He tentatively pulled a few volumes from the shelves. Their pages were filled with spidery, archaic script, in languages he couldn't identify. Some clearly ancient, others seemingly alien. The illustrations were even more disturbing. Anatomical drawings of impossible creatures, star charts depicting unknown constellations, alchemical diagrams of terrifying complexity. He found a small, relatively modern bedroom off a side corridor, its window overlooking a walled, overgrown garden, where strange, pale flowers bloomed even in the encroaching autumn chill. He set up his meager camp there, using a sleeping bag on a dusty chaise lounge, a small camping stove for coffee. He was determined to at least make a preliminary catalog of the collection before deciding what to do with this unsettling inheritance. The house began to reveal its secrets slowly, insidiously. The whispers started on the third night, faint at first, like wind sighing through the eaves or the rustle of mice in the walls. But they grew, coalescing into soft, sibilant murmurs that seemed to emanate from the library, from the manuscripts themselves. He couldn't discern words, but the feeling of intelligence, of communication, was undeniable. He started feeling watched, not by a single presence, but by countless unseen eyes. The collective gaze of the authors, the scribes, the entities whose thoughts and histories were bound within those strange volumes. He found a hidden alcove behind a sliding bookshelf in the library. Inside, on a velvet cushion, lay a single, exquisitely crafted quill. Its shaft was made of polished, ebonized wood, its nib of a strange, dark metal that seemed to absorb the light. Beside it lay a small silver inkwell, its contents a deep, viscous black that shimmered with faint internal iridescence. A note, penned in a Lara Thorne's spidery hand, lay beside them. For the next scribe, the ink remembers, the quill guides. The stories must continue. The next scribe. The word sent a chill down Thomas's spine. He began to notice subtle changes in the library. Books he was certain he hadn't touched would be slightly out of place. A manuscript left open on a reading stand would be closed the next morning. The blank ledger on the central desk. Sometimes he thought he saw faint, ghostly script appearing on its pages for a fleeting moment, only to vanish when he looked directly. He found Alara's personal journals in a locked drawer of that same desk. They were filled with her meticulous, increasingly unhinged, observations of the collection. January 12, 1978. The Codex of Forgotten Stars sang to me last night. Its constellations rearranged themselves, showing me paths between worlds I dare not tread. March 5, 1985. The grimoire of whispering flesh is restless. It desires new skin, new secrets to bind within its pages. I fear I have little left to offer it. Alara, it became clear, hadn't just been a collector. She had been a conduit, a librarian for a collection that was actively, terrifyingly, alive. She had spent her life tending to these living manuscripts, feeding them perhaps with her own thoughts, her own sanity. September 22, 2003. The scribe's quill trembles in my hand. It wishes to write a new story, a story not yet lived. I feel the house waiting, the collection hungry. It knows its time with me is ending. It seeks a new vessel, a new voice. Thomas felt a growing dread. He was the new vessel, the new voice. This inheritance wasn't a gift. It was a sentence. The whispers in the library grew more insistent, more articulate. He began to hear names, phrases, fragments of stories and languages that clawed at the edges of his comprehension. They were the voices of the manuscripts leaking out, seeking an audience, seeking a scribe. He started having vivid, unsettling dreams. He would find himself in vast, shadowy libraries, transcribing endless texts in unknown languages, his hand guided by an unseen force. The scribe's quill, scratching across parchment that felt disturbingly like human skin. He would wake exhausted, the scent of old ink, and that faint metallic tang of the collection clinging to him. One afternoon, while examining a particularly ancient-looking scroll bound with tarnished silver wire, the script on its surface began to move. The archaic letters writhed, reformed, coalescing into a single terrifying question in perfect modern English that seemed to burn itself into his mind. What story will you tell us, scribe? Thomas dropped the scroll, stumbling back, his heart hammering. The collection was not just alive. It was aware of him. It was addressing him. He decided he had to leave. He would abandon the house, the collection, the inheritance. He would walk away and never look back. He packed his few belongings, his hands shaking. As he reached the massive oak front door, he found it unyielding. It was not locked in any conventional sense. It simply wouldn't budge, as if the house itself were holding it shut. He tried the windows, but they too were sealed. The ancient wood fused to the stone frames. He was trapped, a prisoner in his great-aunt's sentient library. The whispers swirled around him, a chorus of soft, sibilant voices, tinged now with a hint of amusement. "Cannot leave, scribe. The stories are waiting. The ink is hungry." He retreated to the library, the only place that felt central. The scribe's quill and the silver inkwell lay on the massive desk, gleaming faintly in the dim light. The blank ledger lay open, expectant. He knew, with a certainty that bypassed reason, what was required of him. He was to become the next link in the chain, the next scribe of Hemlock Lane, tasked with transcribing the endless, shifting narratives of the living manuscripts, adding his own thoughts, his own essence, to the ever-expanding collection. He fought it. For days, he paced the library, ignoring the whispers, refusing to touch the quill. He ate little, slept less. The house seemed to press in on him, the silence growing heavier, the shadows deeper. The manuscripts on the shelves rustled constantly, their voices a torment of untold stories. His own thoughts began to fragment. He would find himself speaking in strange, archaic phrases, his mind filled with images, with narratives that were not his own. The collection was seeping into him, its stories beginning to overwrite his. One night, delirious with exhaustion and hunger, he found himself standing before the desk, the scribe's quill in his hand. It felt right, warm, alive, an extension of his own fingers. The silver inkwell pulsed with a faint internal light, its black ink shimmering like a captured galaxy. The whispers urged him on. "Write, scribe. Tell our stories. Tell your story." His hand moved, seemingly of its own volition. The quill dipped into the ink, then hovered over the blank page of the ledger, and he began to write. He wrote of his own life, his struggles, his small triumphs, his quiet despairs. He wrote of his love for old books, his fascination with lost languages, his academic failures. He poured his memories, his emotions, his very essence onto the page. The ink flowed smoothly, effortlessly. The script that formed was not his own hurried scrawl, but an elegant, archaic hand, disturbingly similar to a Lara Thorne's. As he wrote, he felt a profound sense of release, of catharsis. The whispers around him softened, became almost appreciative. He wrote for hours, for days, he lost track of time. The library was his world, the manuscripts his companions, the ledger his confessor. He filled page after page, his own story merging with the countless others held within those ancient bindings. He grew weaker, paler. The lines on his face deepened. His hair thinned, turned silver. He was aging, not in days or weeks, but in stories, told, in secrets shared. The collection was consuming him, but it was also preserving him, in its own terrible way. One morning, or perhaps it was an evening, the light in the library never seemed to change. He wrote the final sentence of his own narrative. He laid down the scribe's quill, its task complete, for now. He felt empty, drained, but also peaceful. He had become part of the collection. His story was now bound within the walls of Hemlock Lane. He looked up. Standing before him, where the desk had been, was a new bookshelf, laden with freshly bound volumes. One, in particular, caught his eye. Its binding was simple, unadorned, but the leather felt familiar. He reached out a trembling, translucent hand and touched its spine. It was his own story, his own life, now a manuscript among manuscripts. He turned. The library was filled with figures, pale and ethereal, the scribes who had come before him. Alara Thorne was there, her spidery hand resting on a grimoire bound in what looked like shadows. And beside her, countless others, their faces indistinct, their forms shimmering. They nodded to him, a silent, solemn welcome. Thomas Ashton, the scribe, smiled, a faint, peaceful expression. He was no longer alone. He was part of the eternal whispering chorus of Hemlock Lane. The house on Hemlock Lane still stands, half hidden by its ancient, gnarled trees. The gates remain unlocked, an unspoken invitation. Sometimes a new struggling scholar, a lover of lost words and forgotten histories, will receive a peculiar inheritance, a summons to a remote house filled with unique manuscripts. They will find the library, the desk, the scribe's quill, and the open ledger, its first page invitingly blank. And the whispers will begin anew, eager for fresh stories, for a new voice to join their timeless, spectral archive. For the collection is always hungry, the ink always remembers, and the stories of Hemlock Lane must, and will, continue. The house, after all, is a patient reader, and its library is infinite. And somewhere, deep within its shadowed stacks, a new volume, bound in the essence of a life lived and told, finds its place, waiting for the next scribe to turn its pages. The silence of the house is the sound of countless stories, waiting to be read, waiting to be written. The lighthouse keeper position at Eddystone Rock was not advertised through conventional channels. Instead, a cryptic, hand-delivered note found its way to Arthur Pike's desolate coastal cottage, a place where the wind off the North Atlantic seemed to carry the whispers of drowned sailors. The note, penned in an elegant, spidery script on thick, water-stained parchment, spoke of a unique custodianship at a remote, automated lighthouse, requiring a man of solitary disposition and keen observational skills. The stipend was unusually generous, almost suspiciously so. Arthur, a former merchant marine whose career had been cut short by a debilitating leg injury and a growing intolerance for the clamor of humanity, found the offer irresistible. He was a man accustomed to solitude, to the vast, indifferent expanse of the sea, to the rhythmic, melancholic sigh of the foghorn. The idea of tending a light, a silent sentinel against the encroaching darkness, resonated with something deep and elemental within him. Eddystone Rock, when he first saw it looming out of the perpetual gray mist, was a jagged black fang of stone, thrusting from a perpetually furious sea, miles from any discernible coastline. The lighthouse itself was a stark, gray stone tower, ancient and defiant, its lantern housing like a single, unblinking eye staring out at the turbulent waters. There was no pier, no easy landing. The transfer from the supply boat, a battered, taciturn vessel named the Styx, was a perilous affair involving a swaying rope ladder and the leering faces of the two-man crew, who seemed eager to depart. As soon as Arthur was safely, or unsafely, on the narrow, wave-lashed ledge at the tower's base. Old Man Hemlock, the last one, he didn't last the winter. The grizzled captain of the Styx had grunted, his eyes avoiding Arthur's. Said the light had started, singing to him. He spat into the churning water. Keep your wits about you. Pike. Eddystone's got a long memory, and she don't like company much. The interior of the lighthouse was a spiral of cold stone and echoing silence. A narrow, winding staircase led upwards through several small, circular rooms. A cramped galley, a storage room filled with spare parts and barrels of oil, a surprisingly well-stocked library of maritime charts and ancient, leather-bound volumes. At the very top, beneath the massive Fresnel lens, was the keeper's living quarters, a Spartan but functional space with a narrow bunk, a small desk, and a single thick-paned window that offered a dizzying panoramic view of the endless, tumultuous. See, the light itself was automated, a powerful modern LED array, but the old clockwork mechanism for the original lamp, a beautiful, complex assembly of brass gears and counterweights, still occupied a significant portion of the lantern room, meticulously maintained, gleaming faintly in the dim light. Arthur, a man with a quiet appreciation for fine machinery, found himself drawn to it. His duties, as outlined in a single typed sheet left on the desk, were simple. Monitor the automated light, maintain the backup generator, keep a daily log of weather conditions and passing ships, though few ever ventured this close to Eddystone's treacherous reefs, and observe. The final instruction was underlined, twice. Observe what? The note did not specify. The first few weeks passed in a routine of profound, almost suffocating solitude. Arthur kept the log, tended the generator, and spent hours staring out at the gray, heaving ocean, his only companions the mournful cry of gulls and the ceaseless roar of the waves against the rock. The silence within the tower was absolute, broken only by the rhythmic sigh of the wind around the lantern housing and the occasional creak of the ancient stonework. He began to notice the anomalies subtly, insidiously. The old clockwork mechanism in the lantern room. He was certain he'd seen its massive pendulum still, coated in a fine layer of dust. Yet, one morning, he found it swinging, almost imperceptibly, its polished brass bob catching the faint light. When he touched it, it was cold, and the dust remained undisturbed. He dismissed it as an optical illusion, a trick of the light in the confined space. Then came the sounds. Not the wind, not the sea, but something else. Something within the tower. Faint, metallic clicks, like gears engaging and disengaging. Soft, rhythmic whirring, as if unseen machinery were turning deep within the stone. He would search, his flashlight beam cutting through the shadows of the lower levels, but he never found a source. The sounds would cease as soon as he began to investigate, only to resume when he returned to the upper levels, a faint, almost subliminal counterpoint to the roar of the ocean. He found a hidden cache of old keeper's logs in a loose stone behind, the library shelves. They spanned over a century, their pages brittle, their ink faded. The entries were filled with the mundane details of a keeper's life, but also with darker, more unsettling observations. September 14th, 1888. The light sings again tonight. A high, thin note, like whale song, but purer. It calls to something in the deep. I fear what might answer. Keeper Josiah Thorne, the Thorne name, a recurring echo in forgotten places. November 3rd, 1927. Saw them again, the others, watching from the waves, their eyes. They have no eyes, but they see. The light draws them, or perhaps the silence between its flashes. Keeper Alara Finch. Finch, another name that whispered from shadowed corners. December 25th, 1952. The mechanism. It moves on its own. It remembers its old rhythm. It yearns for the old flame, the oil, the turning. It is not just a machine. It is the heart of Eddystone. Keeper Alistair Blackwood. Blackwood, the name like a tolling bell. Arthur, a pragmatic man, tried to rationalize. The isolation, the ceaseless roar of the elements, could play tricks on the mind. The old tower was bound to have its quirks, its strange acoustics. But the names, the recurring echoes of Thorn, Finch, Blackwood, families intertwined with strange legacies and unsettling inheritances, gnawed at him. Was it coincidence? Or was Eddystone Rock a nexus, a focal point for those touched by the uncanny? The singing of the light began during a particularly violent storm in his second month. The wind shrieked around the tower like a banshee. Waves crashed against the stone with the force of cannonballs, and the automated LED beacon cut through the maelstrom with its relentless, unwavering beam. Arthur was in the lantern room, checking the seals, when he first heard it. A faint, high-pitched hum, seemingly emanating from the massive Fresnel lens itself. It was not the sound of the wind, nor the vibration of the tower. It was a pure, crystalline note, almost beyond the range of human hearing. Yet it resonated deep within his skull, making his teeth ache. As the storm raged, the note grew in intensity, modulating, shifting, forming a complex, almost melodic pattern. It was a song, an alien, unearthly symphony of light and vibration. It filled the lantern room, pulsed through the stone of the tower, vibrated in his very bones. He felt a strange compulsion, an urge to approach the lens, to touch it, to somehow join the song. He fought it, his knuckles white as he gripped the iron railing, his injured leg throbbing in protest. The log entry from Old Man Hemlock, the keeper before him, flashed in his mind. Said the light had started, singing to him. Stumbled back from the lantern room, retreating to his cramped living quarters, pressing his hands over his ears. But the song was inside his head now, an insistent, hypnotic melody. He couldn't escape it. When the storm finally broke, days later, leaving behind a bruised, exhausted sea and a sky the color of old pewter, the singing stopped. But Arthur was changed. The profound silence of the tower now felt incomplete. He found himself listening for the song, a part of him yearning for its return. He began to spend more time in the lantern room, not just tending the automated light, but studying the old clockwork mechanism. He cleaned its gears, polished its brass, traced the intricate pathways of its levers and escapements. It felt sentient, aware. He would talk to it, murmuring observations about the weather, the sea, the distant unseen world. The clicking and whirring sounds from within the tower grew more frequent, more pronounced. Sometimes he would find small antique tools, a tiny brass oil can, a specialized gear wrench he hadn't seen before, laid out neatly beside the clockwork as if inviting him to use them. He started having vivid dreams, not of his past life, not of the sea, but of the lighthouse itself, in its earlier incarnations. He saw it lit by a massive oil lamp, its great lens rotated by hand-cranked gears. He saw keepers he recognized from the old logs, Thorn, Finch, Blackwood, their faces illuminated by the flickering flame, their eyes holding a mixture of dedication and profound, weary sorrow. They would turn to him in the dream, their lips moving, but no sound would come out, only the high, thin singing of the light. One morning, he found a new entry in the current logbook, the one he meticulously maintained. It was not in his handwriting. It was in the same elegant, spidery script as the note that had first summoned him to Eddystone. The mechanism awakens. The harmonies align. The keeper is receptive. The deep listens. Arthur felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp sea air. Who had written this? He was alone in the tower, had been for months. He began to notice movement in the churning waters around the base of Eddystone Rock. Not fish, not seals, not wreckage. Shapes. Large, dark, indistinct shapes that seemed to rise from the abyssal depths, lingering just beneath the surface, visible only for fleeting moments in the troughs between waves. Their forms were elusive, but he had the distinct impression of eyes. Countless, unblinking eyes, fixed on the lighthouse. On him. The others, Keeper Alara Finch had called them. The singing of the light returned, even in calm weather now. It was softer, more insidious, a constant subliminal thrum that vibrated at the edge of his perception. He found himself humming along to it, the alien melodies becoming strangely familiar, comforting. He started to neglect his official duties. The weather log entries became sparse, then ceased altogether. He stopped monitoring the automated LED beacon. His attention was consumed by the old clockwork mechanism. He felt an overwhelming compulsion to restore it, to make it turn again, to rekindle the old flame Keeper Alistair Blackwood had written of. He worked tirelessly, using the antique tools that appeared as if by magic. He cleaned, oiled, adjusted. He found spare parts in forgotten crates, parts that fit perfectly, as if they had been waiting for centuries for this very moment. The mechanism responded to his touch, its gears engaging with smooth, silent precision, its great pendulum beginning to swing with a life of its own. The shapes in the water grew bolder, their forms becoming clearer. They were immense, ancient, their skin like oiled leather, their bodies festooned with strands of kelp and phosphorescent barnacles. They had no discernible faces, but their massive, multifaceted eyes, like clusters of black diamonds, were fixed on the lantern room, on the growing power of the reactivated mechanism. The singing of the light intensified, no longer just a hum, but a full-throated celestial choir. It resonated through the tower, through Arthur, through the very rock of Eddystone. He felt his consciousness expanding, merging with the light, with the sea, with the ancient, watching entities in the deep. He understood now. The lighthouse was not just a beacon for ships. It was a beacon for something else. A conductor, an amplifier, a point of communion between worlds. And the clockwork mechanism was its heart, its voice. The keepers, the thorns, the finches, the blackwoods, and now him, Arthur Pike, they were not just custodians, they were conduits, chosen for their solitude, their sensitivity, their ability to hear the song and tend the flame. The final component was the lamp itself. The original massive oil lamp was still there, stored in a lead-lined crate in the lowest level of the tower. It would take all his strength to hoist it into place, to fill its reservoir, to light its multiple wicks. As he struggled with the lamp, a new presence filled the lantern room. Not the spectral keepers from his dreams, but something far older, far more powerful. It was a coalescing of shadow and light, a towering, indistinct form that radiated an immense, ancient intelligence. It was the source of the elegant, spidery script, the entity that had summoned him here, the true keeper of Eddystone. The time is now, Arthur Pike. Its voice echoed in his mind, a voice made of starlight and deep ocean currents. The old light must burn. The deep awaits its song. Arthur looked out at the churning sea, at the countless diamond-like eyes watching from the waves. He looked at the magnificent, resurrected clockwork mechanism, its gears turning, its pendulum swinging in perfect, silent rhythm. He looked at the massive oil lamp in his hands. He felt no fear, only a profound sense of purpose, of belonging. He had found his place, his true calling. He was no longer Arthur Pike, the injured merchant marine, the solitary recluse. He was the keeper of the light, the conductor of the silent symphony, the interlocutor for the deep. He hoisted the lamp into place, his injured leg forgotten, his strength seemingly limitless. He filled its reservoir with the sweet-smelling oil he'd found in ancient barrels. He trimmed the wicks, his hands steady. Then he struck a match. The flame caught, bloomed, then multiplied as he lit wick after wick. A warm, golden light filled the lantern room, a light far softer, far more alive than the sterile glare of the LEDs. The Fresnel lens caught this new, old light, focused it, and sent it out in a powerful, pulsing beam across the dark waters. And with the light came the true song. Not the high, thin hum, but a deep, resonant chord, a sound that was both music and meaning, a symphony that spoke of ancient depths, of forgotten gods, of cosmic cycles. It was the song of Eddystone, the song of the deep. The clockwork mechanism engaged fully, its gears turning the massive lens, sending the warm, golden light sweeping across the ocean in a slow, majestic rhythm. The tower thrummed with power, with life. Arthur stood in the heart of the light, in the heart of the song, his face illuminated, his eyes reflecting the ancient flame. He felt a profound peace, a sense of completion. He was home. Outside in the churning black water, the great dark shapes stirred. Their multifaceted eyes glowed with an internal luminescence, reflecting the lighthouse's golden beam. They rose higher in the water, their immense forms partially breaching the surface, revealing glimpses of barnacle-encrusted hides, of colossal tentacled limbs, of maws filled with rows of crystalline teeth. They were answering the call. They were coming to the light. Arthur watched them, a serene smile on his lips. He was no longer just observing. He was part of the communion. He raised his hands, not in fear, but in welcome. The supply boat, the Styx, arrived a month later, on its scheduled run. The new keeper, a young woman named Elara Thorne, a distant cousin of the original lighthouse architect, found Eddystone Rock silent, the great lantern dark. The automated LED array was shattered, its wires torn. The old clockwork mechanism was still, its gears frozen, its pendulum lifeless. Of Arthur Pike there was no trace. Only his final log entry, penned in a surprisingly elegant, spidery script that was not quite his own. The light burns bright. The deep has answered. The symphony is complete. I have taken my place in the choir. Eddystone keeps its vigil. Elara. Thorne, a woman with a keen interest in forgotten histories and the peculiar legacies of her family, felt a shiver trace down her spine as she read the entry. She looked out at the gray, indifferent sea, then up at the silent, waiting lantern. She knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that her work here was just beginning. The light, and its silent, watchful audience, would require a new conductor. And Eddystone, she suspected, always found its keeper. The song, after all, was eternal, merely waiting for a new voice to give it breath, a new hand to tend its ancient, hungry flame. The silence of the sea was merely an intermission. The summons to Ashworth Asylum arrived not as a formal request, but as a single, aged photograph tucked into an unmarked envelope. The photo depicted a group of stern-faced Victorian doctors standing before a grand Gothic edifice, its spires piercing a perpetually overcast sky. On the back, a single spidery annotation in faded brown ink. The work continues. Your expertise is required. A. Thorn. Dr. Alistair Finch, a historian whose specialty was the often grisly intersection of early psychiatry and alchemy, felt a jolt. A. Thorn was likely Alistair Thorn, the infamous founder of Ashworth, a man whose radical theories on transmuting madness through a combination of chemical and psychological distillation had seen him ostracized by the medical community in the late 19th century. Ashworth Asylum itself had been shuttered for nearly a century, a crumbling monument to its founder's hubris, located on a remote storm-lashed island off the coast of Cornwall. Alistair, whose own academic career teetered on the brink of obscurity due to his fascination with such fringe historical figures, couldn't resist. The Thorn name, like a recurring, discordant note in a forgotten symphony, always seemed to herald the uncanny. He arranged passage on a small, ill-maintained fishing trawler, the only vessel whose captain was willing to brave the treacherous currents around Ashworth Isle. The island, when it finally emerged from the swirling sea mist, was a desolate spear of black rock, its cliffs battered by relentless Atlantic waves. Ashworth Asylum dominated its highest point, a sprawling, labyrinthine structure of dark, lichen-stained granite, its countless windows like empty eye sockets staring out at the turbulent sea. The air was thick with the scent of brine, damp stone, and something else, a faint, acrid, chemical tang, like old laboratory reagents, and something subtly, disturbingly organic. The trawler captain, a man whose face was a roadmap of harsh weather and unspoken superstitions, refused to dock. He dropped Alistair and his meager supplies into a small, leaky dinghy 100 yards from a crumbling stone jetty, his parting words lost in the roar of the surf and the mournful shriek of gulls. "May ye find what ye seek, Doctor, or may it not find ye." The asylum's massive oak doors, banded with rusted iron, were unlocked. They groaned open onto a cavernous, echoing reception hall, its marble floor cracked and grimy, its once grand chandelier a cobweb-shrouded skeleton. Dust lay thick as a shroud over everything. The silence was profound, broken only by the incessant sigh of the wind through broken window panes and the distant rhythmic crash of waves. Alistair set up a temporary base in what appeared to have been the head physician's office, a large wood-paneled room with a commanding view of the storm-tossed sea. It was cluttered with overturned furniture, scattered papers, and broken glassware, as if abandoned in haste. He found a surprisingly intact spirit lamp and a small supply of fuel, allowing him a flickering, uncertain light against the encroaching gloom. His task, as he understood it from the cryptic summons, was to assess the remnants of Alistair Thorn's alchemical laboratory and his psychic distillation apparatus, rumored to be housed in the asylum's deepest, most secure wing, the Crucible Ward. The first few days were spent navigating the asylum's bewildering maze of corridors, mapping its layout, his footsteps echoing in the desolate wards. He found patient rooms with rusted iron bed frames, their walls covered in desperate clawed graffiti. Hydrotherapy rooms with chipped porcelain tubs and an array of sinister-looking nozzles and restraints. Operating theaters where archaic surgical instruments lay scattered, as if dropped mid-procedure. The sense of being watched was immediate and overwhelming, not by a single entity, but by a multitude. He felt the weight of countless unseen eyes, the lingering despair of forgotten souls trapped within these decaying walls. He heard whispers, faint and sibilant, just at the edge of hearing, seeming to emanate from the very stone of the building, a chorus of sorrow, confusion, and a terrible patient hunger. He found Alistair Thorne's journals in a locked strongbox beneath a loose floorboard in the office. They were bound in dark, supple leather that felt strangely warm to the touch, their pages filled with Thorne's meticulous, increasingly unhinged script. The journals chronicled Thorne's great work, his attempts to isolate and distill the very essence of madness, to transmute it, as an alchemist transmutes lead into gold, into a state of pure, unburdened consciousness. He believed that madness was not a disease, but a raw, untamed form of psychic energy, an unrefined spiritual ore. October 17th, 1888. The new alembic functions beyond expectation. Subject 12's melancholic humors, when subjected to the threefold distillation, yield a potent, luminous ichor, the prima materia of despair, perhaps? November 5th, 1888. The vapors from the crucible are intoxicating. They carry echoes of the subject's minds, their fractured thoughts, their deepest terrors. I find myself harmonizing with their disquiet. Is this empathy, or the first stage of transmutation? Alistair Finch felt a cold dread. Thorne hadn't just been treating patients. He had been using them, their minds and souls, the raw ingredients for his appalling alchemical experiments. The crucible ward was located in the asylum's deepest sub-basement, accessible only by a narrow, winding stone staircase that seemed to descend into the very bowels of the island. The air grew colder, thicker, with each step, the chemical tang more pronounced, now mingled with a cloying organic sweetness, like overripe fruit and something akin to formaldehyde. The door to the crucible ward was a massive slab of iron, its surface covered in complex, interlocking sigils and symbols that Alistair recognized from obscure alchemical texts. It was not locked, but sealed by a series of heavy, counterweighted levers. It took all his strength to open it. The chamber beyond was vast, circular, its domed ceiling lost in shadow. In the center stood Thorne's great engine, a terrifying, beautiful monstrosity of copper, brass, and glass. It was a bewildering array of alembics, retorts, coiled pipes, and crystalline chambers, all connected by a network of intricate tubing. At its heart, a massive, multifaceted crystal pulsed with a faint, sickly green luminescence. Around the periphery of the chamber were smaller cells, their barred doors facing the great engine. These, Alistair realized with a sickening lurch, were where Thorne had housed his subjects during the distillation process, exposing them directly to the engine's emanations. The whispers in the crucible ward were deafening, a cacophony of tormented voices, screams, sobs, and mad laughter, all swirling around the silent, pulsing engine. The sense of being watched was unbearable here. He felt 1,000 unseen eyes fixed upon him, hungry, desperate, pleading. As he cautiously approached the great engine, he noticed something new. The dust lay thick on most of its components, but certain dials, certain levers were clean, almost polished, as if recently handled. And on the cool, stone floor around its base, there were fresh footprints in the dust. Not his own. They were bare, splayed, almost inhuman. He found a small, adjoining laboratory, clearly Thorne's private sanctum. Here, the alchemical, Paraphernalia was even more esoteric. Mortars and pestles carved from what looked like bone, beakers containing viscous iridescent liquids. And on a central workbench, a series of glass jars, each containing a preserved human brain, suspended in a murky, glowing fluid. Each jar was labeled not with a name, but with a diagnosis: acute mania, profound melancholia, grandiose delusion, catatonic withdrawal. These, Alistair understood, were the refined essences, the products of Thorne's terrible distillations. Thorne's final journal entries, found in this laboratory, were almost entirely incoherent, a descent into pure, alchemical madness. The engine sings, the prima materia refines, the Ouroboros consumes its tail. I have distilled the essence of madness, and it is beautiful. It is me. The barrier thins. The other side whispers through the cracks. They are drawn to the light of refined consciousness. They seek to integrate. The final transmutation is at hand. I will become the engine. I will become the asylum. My thoughts will be its whispers. My soul, its foundation. Ashworth will live forever, a beacon of pure, distilled mind. The last entry was a single, shaky symbol. A circle with a dot in the center, the alchemical symbol for gold, for completion, for the philosopher's stone. Alistair stumbled back from the workbench, his mind reeling. Thorne hadn't just died. He had attempted to merge his consciousness with the asylum itself, with the collective distilled madness of his patients, powered by his infernal engine. That night, the asylum truly came alive. The whispers were no longer just whispers. They were voices, clear and distinct, calling to him from the empty corridors, from the darkened cells. He heard Thomas, the melancholic poet from Thorne's early journals, reciting verses of heartbreaking despair. He heard Alara, the hysteric, sobbing uncontrollably. He heard Arthur, the paranoid schizophrenic, screaming about the eyes in the walls, and he heard Alistair Thorne, his voice a calm, rational counterpoint to the chaos, explaining his theories, his triumphs, his impending apotheosis. The footprints around the great engine were more numerous now, circling it, as if in a ritual dance. The engine itself pulsed with a stronger, more insistent green light, its hum vibrating through the very stone of the island. Alistair barricaded himself in the head physician's office, but the voices seeped through the walls, through the floorboards, through his own increasingly fragile sanity. He felt them probing his mind, sifting through his memories, his fears, his hidden shames. He felt Thorne's cold, analytical intellect assessing him, measuring his psychic density. He realized, with a terror that was absolute, that the summons hadn't been for him to catalog the past. It had been for him to become part of the present. Thorne, or whatever entity Thorne had become, needed new, raw material, new consciousness to distill, to add to its collective. The engine was hungry. He had to stop it. He had to disrupt the process, to break the cycle. But how? The engine was a marvel of perverse genius, its workings a mystery. His eyes fell upon the jars containing the preserved brains, Thorne's refined essences. If these were the fuel, the concentrated madness that powered the engine, then perhaps it was a desperate, mad idea, born of terror and a flicker of his own alchemical knowledge. If Thorne sought to transmute madness into pure consciousness, what if he could reverse the process? What if he could dilute the essences, reintroduce the chaos, the impurity that Thorne had so painstakingly removed? He found what he needed. In the asylum's old pharmacy, bottles of distilled water, saline solutions, even a dusty container of laudanum, its label barely legible. He carried them down to the crucible ward, the chorus of voices growing more frantic, more demanding as he approached. The great engine pulsed like a monstrous, diseased heart. The spectral footprints danced around it. He ignored the voices, the chilling presence of Thorn, the desperate pleas of the trapped souls. He focused on the task at hand. One by one, he carefully opened the jars containing the preserved brains. The stench was appalling, a mixture of formaldehyde and that sweet organic decay. He began to add the distilled water, the saline, a few drops of laudanum to each jar, murmuring half-remembered chemical formulae, prayers to forgotten gods of science and reason. He was not an alchemist, but he was a historian, and he understood the power of symbols, of counter-rituals. As he worked, the great engine began to sputter. The green light flickered, dimmed. The humming faltered, became discordant. The spectral footprints wavered, their movements becoming confused, disoriented. Thorn's voice screamed in Alistair's mind, no longer calm and analytical, but filled with rage and a dawning, terrible fear. No, you disrupt the great work, the purity, the transmutation. The voices of the patients also changed. Their torment seemed to lessen, their whispers becoming fainter, tinged with a fragile, uncomprehending hope. The noise, it fades. The thoughts, they quiet. Is it over? Alistair worked with frantic precision, his hands steady despite the chaos erupting around him. He moved from jar to jar, diluting the distilled madness, reintroducing the impurities of normal, complex human thought and emotion. The great engine shuddered violently. Cracks appeared in its crystalline chambers. The copper pipes hissed and buckled. The central crystal pulsed erratically, its green light fading to a dull, sickly yellow. With a final, deafening roar, a sound like a dying star, the great engine fell silent. The light within its crystal heart winked out. The humming ceased. The spectral footprints vanished. The crucible ward was plunged into a profound, echoing silence. A true silence, for the first time since Alistair had set foot on Ashworth Isle. The oppressive weight, the chorus of tormented whispers, the analytical scrutiny of Alistair Thorne. All gone, Alistair Finch stood in the darkness, gasping for breath, his body trembling with exhaustion and a strange, hollow victory. He had not destroyed the engine, not truly, but he had quieted it. He had broken the cycle of distillation, of torment. He had perhaps given the trapped souls of Ashworth a measure of peace, a return to the natural complexity of their own minds, even in death. He found his way back to the head physician's office as a pale, watery dawn broke over the storm-tossed sea. The asylum felt different, still desolate, still melancholic, but no longer actively malevolent. The air was cleaner, the scent of chemicals and decay fainter. The silence was just silence. The fishing trawler was due to return in 3 days. Alistair spent that time meticulously documenting his findings, not in the asylum's ledgers, but in his own private journal. He described the great engine, the distilled essences, the voice of Thorne, the tormented echoes of the patients. He wrote of his desperate, improvised counter-ritual. He knew no one would believe him. His academic reputation, already fragile, would be shattered completely if he ever published this. But he had to record it. For himself. For the memory of those who had suffered here. When the trawler finally appeared, a small, insignificant speck. Against the vast gray horizon, Alistair was waiting on the crumbling jetty. He carried only his backpack and his journal. He didn't look back at Ashworth Asylum as the boat pulled away, its engine a welcome, mundane sound against the roar of the waves. He never spoke publicly of what happened on Ashworth Isle. He returned to his quiet, obscure life, his research taking a new, more private direction. He began to study not just the history of alchemy and psychiatry, but the nature of consciousness itself, the echoes it leaves, the ways it can be trapped, distorted, and perhaps healed. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls around his London flat, he fancies he can hear faint whispers, not of torment, but of gratitude. He wonders if the souls of Ashworth are truly at peace, or if they are simply waiting, in a quieter, less tormented state, for the great engine to stir once more. He knows that Alistair Thorne's great work was not entirely a failure. Madness can be distilled, consciousness can be manipulated, and some places, some machines, are designed to do just that, to amplify the darkest resonances of the human mind, to create a symphony of sorrow. He also knows that sometimes, even a lone, desperate historian, armed with nothing but knowledge, empathy, and a few dusty chemicals can change the tune, at least for a little while. The silence of Ashworth now is a fragile thing, a pause in an ancient, terrible song. And Alistair Finch, the reluctant alchemist, carries its echo in his own heart, a constant reminder of the fine, terrifying line between genius and madness, between transmutation and eternal torment. The island waits, and the sea, as always, keeps its secrets. The inheritance arrived like a forgotten appointment with fate, a thick, cream-colored envelope bearing the archaic seal of a law firm Arthur Marlowe hadn't known existed. Inside, a letter informed him that his great-aunt Alara, a woman whose name was only a whisper in the faded tapestry of his family history, had passed away. She had, to Arthur's astonishment, bequeathed him her entire estate. Marlowe House, a secluded ancestral home in the mist-shrouded backwoods of coastal Maine, and its rather particular contents. Arthur, a struggling playwright whose dreams of Broadway success had long since curdled into the quiet desperation of grant applications and sparsely attended fringe festival productions, saw the inheritance as a potential lifeline, or at least a temporary reprieve from his cramped city apartment and mounting debts. He envisioned a rambling, perhaps charmingly dilapidated country house he could sell for a modest profit. He was not prepared for Marlowe House. The journey itself was a descent into increasing isolation. The paved roads gave way to gravel, then to a narrow, deeply rutted dirt track that wound through ancient, moss-laden forests where sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy. Marlowe House, when it finally loomed out of the swirling coastal fog, was less a house and more a brooding, Gothic entity. It was a vast, multi-gabled structure of dark, weathered stone, its windows like shadowed, watchful eyes. Ivy, thick as a man's arm, clawed at its walls, and the surrounding grounds were a tangled, overgrown wilderness that seemed to press in on the house, as if trying to reclaim it. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, sea, salt, and something else, something faint and sweet, like old wood polish and sawdust. The massive iron-studded front door, bearing a tarnished brass knocker in the shape of a leering gargoyle, creaked open to reveal a cavernous, dimly lit foyer. A grand, curving staircase, its banister carved with grotesque, intertwining figures, spiraled upwards into impenetrable shadow. Dust lay like a velvet shroud over everything. The silence was absolute, a muffling, absorbent quiet that seemed to swallow sound, making Arthur's own breath sound unnaturally loud in his ears. His great-aunt's solicitor had been unnervingly vague about the particular contents. Arthur, navigating the labyrinthine corridors and countless rooms of Marlowe House with a sputtering flashlight, soon discovered what that meant. The house was filled, not with antique furniture or valuable heirlooms, but with marionettes, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. They were everywhere, hanging from the rafters in the cavernous ballroom, their strings tangled like ancient cobwebs. Seated around the long, dust-covered dining table, their painted smiles fixed in a silent, eternal feast. Arranged in elaborate, unsettling tableaux, in the glass-fronted display cabinets that lined the grand salon. Propped in dusty armchairs, perched on windowsills, even tucked away in forgotten closets and shadowy attics. They were not crude, children's toys. These were masterpieces of a forgotten, perhaps forbidden art. Life-sized, some of them, with exquisitely carved wooden limbs, articulated joints of brass and leather, and faces of porcelain or painted wood that captured every nuance of human, and sometimes not-so-human expression. Their eyes, made of glass or polished stone, seemed to follow him as he moved, their painted smiles or frowns holding a disturbing, knowing stillness. They were dressed in an astonishing array of costumes, powdered courtiers, tragic heroines, grotesque jesters, shadowy villains, and creatures from myth and nightmare. Arthur, a man of the theater, should have been fascinated. Instead, he felt a profound, primal unease. There was something deeply unsettling about these silent, motionless figures, these perfect, lifeless effigies of humanity. He found a small, relatively clear room at the back of the house, overlooking what had once been a rose garden, now a thorny, impenetrable thicket. He set up his sleeping bag, his laptop, his meager supplies. He told himself he would spend a few days, make a cursory inventory, and then contact an auction house specializing in theatrical memorabilia. The first night, the house was not silent. The darkness enveloped Marlowe House. A new symphony of sounds began. Faint, almost inaudible clicks and creaks, like wood settling or joints moving. The soft, dry rustle of silk and velvet, as if unseen garments were shifting. And most disturbingly, the faint, almost subliminal sound of strings. Not musical strings, but the thin, taut hum of marionette strings, vibrating in the still night air. Arthur lay in his sleeping bag, rigid with a nameless dread, listening to the house come alive around him. He told himself it was the wind, the old timbers, his own frayed nerves. But the sounds were too rhythmic, too purposeful. He discovered his great-aunt Alara's workshop in a vast, dust-choked attic room, accessible only by a narrow, hidden staircase. It was a puppeteer's dream, or perhaps nightmare. Workbenches were littered with carving tools, pots of paint, spools of fine silk thread, and an unnerving assortment of disembodied marionette parts. Hands with delicately articulated fingers, heads with staring glass eyes, torsos waiting for limbs. And in the center of the room, suspended from a complex gantry of wooden beams and pulleys, hung Alara's final, unfinished creation. It was a life-sized figure, its wooden limbs only partially carved, its face a blank, unpainted oval of pale wood. But its eyes were open, made of a deep obsidian-like stone that seemed to absorb the light, and they were fixed directly on Arthur. He found Alara's journals tucked away in a compartment beneath the workbench. They were bound in faded, water-stained leather, their pages filled with her elegant, spidery script, chronicling not just her life, but the life of Marlowe House and its silent inhabitants. March 12, 1967. The Master Puppeteer's Strings. Grow taut tonight. He wishes for a new performance. The audience is restless. The Master Puppeteer? The audience? July 5th, 1978. I found another of the fallen. Poor soul, tangled in the woods beyond the old theater wing. His strings were broken. I have mended him. He will join the chorus soon. Fallen? Strings broken? Arthur's unease deepened into a cold, creeping fear. September 19th, 1992. The little ones whisper of a new arrival, a new story to be told. The house itself seems to hold its breath in anticipation. The strings must be strong, the wood true. Elara, Arthur realized with a dawning horror, hadn't just been a collector or even a creator of marionettes. She had been something else. A custodian, a facilitator, perhaps even a high priestess in some forgotten, grotesque religion of wood and string. The phenomena in Marlowe House escalated. The clicking and rustling sounds grew louder, more insistent. He would find marionettes in different positions from where he had left them. A jester, previously slumped in a corner, would be perched on a chandelier, its painted grin wider, more manic. A tragic heroine, whose porcelain hand had rested on her breast, would now have that hand outstretched, as if imploring him. He started hearing whispers, faint and dry, like sawdust sifting through cracks. They seemed to come from the marionettes themselves, a chorus of tiny wooden voices. He couldn't understand the words, but the intent was clear. They were aware of him. They were curious. One night, he was woken by a sound from the grand ballroom. He crept to the doorway, his flashlight beam trembling. The vast, dust-sheeted space was no longer empty. The marionettes were dancing, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, suspended from unseen strings, moved in a slow, ghostly waltz. Powdered courtiers bowed to tragic heroines, grotesque jesters capered, with porcelain shepherdesses. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, yet imbued with a strange, melancholic grace. There was no music, only the faint, dry rustle of their antique garments, and the almost inaudible hum of countless vibrating strings. And in the center of the room, conducting this silent, spectral orchestra, was a figure. Tall, impossibly thin, draped in shadow, its limbs moving with the fluid, precise grace of a master puppeteer. Its face was obscured, but Arthur could feel its ancient, powerful gaze fixed upon him. The master puppeteer. Arthur stumbled back. A choked cry caught in his throat. He fled to his room, barricading the door with a heavy chest of drawers. He spent the rest of the night huddled in his sleeping bag, listening to the faint, ghostly sounds of the marionette's eternal ball. He knew he had to leave Marlowe House. This was not an inheritance, it was a trap. But when he tried the front door the next morning, it was, as he had somehow expected, unyielding. The windows were sealed shut, the ancient glass fused to the rotting frames. The house, and its silent, stringed inhabitants, had no intention of letting him go. He found a hidden passage behind a false bookcase in the library, a narrow, cobweb-choked tunnel that seemed to lead somewhere. He followed it, his flashlight, beam cutting through the oppressive darkness, the air thick with the scent of sawdust and decay. The passage led him to a place he hadn't seen before, a vast, circular chamber deep beneath the house, its stone walls lined with hundreds of hooks. And from each hook hung a marionette. But these were different. They were not the elegant, costumed figures from the rooms above. These were unfinished. Roughly carved, unpainted, their wooden limbs dangling, their faces blank, featureless ovals. They were like empty vessels, waiting to be filled. And in the center of the chamber, on a raised stone dais, was a workbench. On it lay a set of exquisitely crafted carving tools, a collection of glass eyes in every conceivable color, and a single life-sized marionette, its form almost complete, its face a perfect unpainted replica of his own. A new entry in Alara's journal, which he'd brought with him, provided the horrifying context. The master puppeteer requires a new principal player for his grand theater. The old ones grow weary, their strings frayed. A fresh soul, a new story, is needed to animate the wood, to give voice to the silence. The thorn blood has always been resonant. Arthur finally understood. He wasn't meant to be a curator, or even an audience. He was meant to be a performer, or rather, a performance. His life, his memories, his very essence were to be carved into wood, given strings, and made to dance for the pleasure of the master puppeteer and his silent, eternal audience. He heard a sound behind him. He spun around, flashlight beam wavering. Lena. Master puppeteer stood in the doorway of the chamber, its shadowy form seeming to fill the narrow passage. It held no visible strings, yet Arthur felt an undeniable pull, a subtle, insistent tug on his limbs, on his will. The stage is set, Arthur Thorne. Its voice echoed in his mind, a voice made of creaking wood and sighing silk. Your costume is ready. The audience awaits your debut. The blank-faced marionette on the workbench, his wooden doppelganger, twitched. Its unpainted eyelids flickered. Arthur screamed, a raw, primal sound of terror and defiance. He wouldn't be a puppet. He wouldn't dance on their strings. He grabbed the heaviest carving tool from the workbench, a wicked-looking chisel, and hurled it at the master puppeteer. It passed through the shadowy form without effect. The puppeteer chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. Flesh is so fragile. Wood endures. Stories endure. It gestured, and from the hooks on the walls, the unfinished marionettes began to stir. Their blank wooden heads turned towards him, their unseeing eyes fixing on him. They began to descend. From their hooks, their movements jerky, unnatural, their wooden feet clattering on the stone floor. They advanced on him, a silent, relentless army of empty vessels, seeking to be filled. Arthur backed away, his mind racing. He thought of Alara's words. His strings were broken. Strings, the source of their animation, their control. He looked up. The ceiling of the chamber was a dizzying web of threads, almost invisible in the dim light, all leading back to the shadowy form of the master puppeteer. He had to cut the strings, not just his own, but all of them. He remembered the main stage, the fly loft, the massive counterweights, the tangled ropes and pulleys. If he could somehow disrupt the central mechanism. He dodged the grasping wooden hands of the advancing marionettes, their touch surprisingly strong, their grip like vices. He fought his way back through the narrow passage, the sound of their clattering pursuit echoing behind him. He burst into the library, then into the main foyer, the house alive, now with a cacophony of whispers, clicks, and the rustle of unseen movement. The costumed marionettes from the upper rooms were descending the grand staircase. a silent, implacable tide. He raced towards the backstage area, towards the fly loft. The master puppeteer was there, waiting for him, its shadowy form perched on the narrow catwalks high above the stage, its unseen hands manipulating 1,000 invisible threads. The stage below was filled with marionettes, all turning their painted, carved faces towards him, their glass eyes gleaming with a hungry, expectant light. "The final act, Arthur Thorne," the puppeteer's voice echoed. "Your grand performance." Arthur saw it then. The central control point. A massive, ancient wooden capstan from which the primary string seemed to emanate, connecting to the puppeteer, and through it, to every marionette in the house. He knew what he had to do. He found an old, rusted fire axe leaning against a stack of painted flats. With a desperate cry, he began to hack at the thick, taut ropes that connected to the capstan. Each severed rope sent a shudder through the house. Marionettes on the stage below stumbled, faltered, some collapsing into tangled heaps of wood and fabric. The master puppeteer shrieked, a sound like 1,000 breaking strings, its shadowy form flickering, losing cohesion. Arthur hacked and slashed, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate will to survive. Ropes snapped, wood splintered, dust and debris rained down. The whispers in the house rose to a deafening crescendo of rage and despair, then began to fade. The master puppeteer thrashed above him, its form unraveling, its control slipping. With a final, agonizing cry that echoed through the dying theater, it dissolved into a shower of dust and shadow, its power broken. Below, on the stage, the last of the marionettes crumpled, their strings slack, their painted smiles frozen in, expressions of surprise or anguish. They were just wood and paint and fabric now, lifeless and still. Silence descended upon Marlowe House, a true, empty silence. Arthur stood in the fly loft, gasping for breath, the fire axe heavy in his trembling hands. He had done it. He had cut the strings. He had ended the performance. He made his way through the now still house. The air was lighter, the oppressive atmosphere gone. The scent of sawdust and old polish was just that. The smell of an old, empty theater. The front door opened easily, at his touch. He stepped out into the misty dawn, the cool, clean air a balm to his frayed nerves. Jasper, who had been hiding somewhere deep within the house, materialized at his side, rubbing against his legs, purring loudly. Arthur didn't look back. He walked away from Marlowe House, down the overgrown track, towards the distant, indifferent world. He never returned. He sold the property, through a bewildered solicitor, to a historical society that had no idea of its true, terrible legacy. He stipulated only that the house remain untouched, a silent monument to forgotten arts and broken strings. He went back to his life, to his playwriting, but his work was different now. His stories were darker, more unsettling, filled with themes of manipulation, of hidden control, of the uncanny valley where the artificial and the human blur. He wrote of characters whose lives were not their own, whose actions were dictated by unseen forces. Sometimes late at night, when he sits alone in his small apartment, he fancies he can hear it. The faint, dry rustle of silk, the almost inaudible click of wooden joints, the ghostly hum of vibrating strings. He wonders if all the strings were truly cut, or if some connections once forged can never be entirely severed. He knows that Marlowe House, or what remains of it, still stands in those misty Maine woods. He knows that dust is settling on its silent stage, on its lifeless marionettes. But he also knows that stories have a way of lingering, of waiting for a new audience, a new puppeteer, a new soul to animate the wooden thread. And he, Arthur Thorne, the reluctant performer, carries the echo of their silent symphony within him, a constant, unsettling reminder of the unseen audience that watches from the shadows of the world. The curtain, he suspects, never truly falls. The invitation to catalog the Vandermeer ossuary arrived on a piece of brittle, age-yellowed parchment, delivered by a gaunt, black-clad messenger who vanished into the London fog before Dr. Alistair Finch could utter more than a surprised, "Good heavens." Alistair, a paleolinguist whose controversial theories on mimetic resonance in ancient bone script had relegated him to the dusty, underfunded fringes of academia, recognized the Vandermeer name immediately. They were an ancient, reclusive, Dutch family, rumored to possess one of Europe's oldest and most enigmatic private ossuaries, a place where the bones of their ancestors weren't merely interred, but curated. The letter, penned in an archaic, spidery script by one Elias Thorne Custodian, the Thorne name, a persistent, unsettling whisper in the chronicles of the peculiar, requested Alistair's unique expertise. It spoke of anomalous sonic phenomena within the ossuary, of linguistic echoes that defied conventional understanding and hinted at a crisis. The silence is fracturing. The voices must be reharmonized. The remuneration offered was substantial, enough to fund Alistair's own struggling research for years. Driven by a blend of academic desperation and an irresistible, almost morbid curiosity, Alistair accepted. Weeks later, he found himself on a small windswept island in the Frisian archipelago, a place of stark gray beauty, where the North Sea gnawed relentlessly at crumbling dunes, and the sky seemed a perpetual bruised twilight. The Vandermeer estate, known locally as Benderhouse, Bone House, was a sprawling, fortified manor, its dark stone walls seeming to grow organically from the island's rocky spine, its narrow windows like suspicious hooded eyes. Elias Thorne, the custodian, met him at a massive iron-studded gate. He was not what Alistair expected, not ancient and decrepit, but a man of indeterminate middle age, with piercing, unnervingly calm blue eyes, and an aura of profound, almost preternatural stillness. His voice was a low, resonant baritone, each word carefully chosen, as if weighed for its precise sonic value. "Dr. Finch," Thorne said, his gaze intense. "Your reputation precedes you. The Vandermeers have always valued nuanced listeners. The ossuary awaits your discernment." He led Alistair through a labyrinth of cold, echoing stone corridors, past portraits of severe-faced ancestors whose eyes seemed to follow their progress, until they reached a heavy, bronze-clad door set deep within the manor's foundations. The door was covered in intricate, interlocking carvings, spirals, sigils, and what looked like stylized representations of sound waves. A faint, almost subliminal vibration hummed from its surface. "This is the antechamber of echoes," Thorne explained. "Beyond lies the ossuary proper. It has been restless of late." He produced a key, not of metal, but of polished, dark bone, and unlocked the door. A wave of cool, dry air washed over Alistair, carrying the scent of ancient dust, dry bone, and something else. A faint, almost inaudible hum. A complex chord of interwoven frequencies that seemed to resonate deep within his skull. The ossuary was breathtaking and terrifying. A vast circular chamber, its domed ceiling lost in shadow far above. The walls were lined from floor to ceiling with countless niches, each containing a human skull. Thousands of them, bleached white with age, their empty sockets staring out into the gloom. But this was no mere charnel house. The skulls were arranged with meticulous, almost artistic precision, by size, by perceived age, by subtle variations in cranial structure. And in the center of the chamber, on a raised dais of black polished stone, stood what Alistair could only describe as a bone organ. It was a colossal, intricate instrument, its pipes crafted not from metal, but from human femurs of varying lengths and thicknesses, arranged in complex, radiating banks. Its keyboard was made of polished vertebrae, its stops and levers of knuckle bones, and intricately carved ivory. It was a masterpiece of macabre engineering, both beautiful and profoundly disturbing. "The ancestral choir of the Vandermeers," Thorne said, his voice a reverent whisper. "Each skull a resonator, each bone a potential note. The organ harmonizes their echoes, maintains the great silence. Or, it did." Alistair, the paleolinguist, felt a thrill of horrified fascination. This was beyond anything he'd ever imagined. This was bone script made symphonic. "The silence is fracturing," Thorne continued, his gaze fixed on the silent, imposing organ. "Discordant notes have appeared, unwanted resonances. The echoes are becoming voices, agitated, confused, some hostile. Your task, Dr. Finch, is to identify these dissonances, to understand their linguistic structure, and to help me retune the instrument before the cacophony becomes irreversible." Alistair was given a small, Spartan chamber adjoining the ossuary, containing a cot, a desk, and shelves filled with Vandermeer family ledgers, genealogical charts, and cryptic treatises on osteoacoustics and the resonant properties of ancestral memory. His primary tool, Thorne explained, would be his own highly attuned ear, his knowledge of linguistic patterns, and a series of delicate, silver-tipped tuning forks, each calibrated to a specific, almost imperceptible, frequency. The first few days were an exercise in sensory immersion. Alistair spent hours in the ossuary, walking among the niches, his footsteps echoing unnaturally in the vast circular space. He would stand before the bone organ, running his fingers over its cold, smooth keys, feeling the faint, dormant vibrations within. The silence was not absolute. It was a tapestry of subtle, almost subliminal sounds. The faint click of bone settling against bone, the dry rustle of dust motes dancing in the occasional shaft of moonlight that pierced the gloom from a high, unseen window. And beneath it, all that persistent, complex hum, the sound of 1,000 silent voices, 1,000 dormant memories. He began to hear the dissonances Thorne had spoken of. A sudden, sharp intake of breath, seemingly from a nearby skull, followed by a choked, gurgling sigh. A faint, mournful melody whistled on a single discordant note that seemed to drift from a shadowy alcove. A rapid guttural chattering, like an ancient forgotten language, emanating from a cluster of particularly weathered, primitive-looking crania. These were the fractured voices, the echoes that had broken free from the great silence. He started his work, using the tuning forks, tapping them gently against the skulls, listening for the resonant frequencies, the subtle variations in tone. The Vandermeer ledgers provided some context, detailing the lives, and often the tragic deaths, of the individuals whose remains now lined these walls. There was Alara, who died of a broken heart. Alistair, the scholar who delved too deeply into forbidden lore. Marcus, the sea captain lost in a storm. Isolde, the recluse who conversed only with the wind. Generations of sorrow, of ambition, of madness, all preserved in bone. As he worked, he began to understand. The ossuary was not just a tomb, it was a library, a vast organic archive of ancestral memory. And the bone organ was its indexing system, its means of harmonizing these countless narratives into a single, coherent, silent song. But something had disrupted that harmony. He found Thorne's private journals in a hidden compartment beneath the organ's console. They were bound in human skin, their pages filled with a script that was part archaic Dutch, part alchemical, symbols part, musical notation. "The tide of whispers rises," one entry read. "A new voice has entered the choir, unsanctioned, discordant. It sings of the outer dark, of the spaces between the notes. It seeks to unravel the harmony." The old blood weakens. My own resonance fades. I can no longer command the full spectrum of the organ. The dissonances multiply. The silence screams. Alistair realized the true nature of his task. He was not just an archivist, a linguist. He was being asked to become a conductor, a tuner of souls, a restorer of a fragile, supernatural equilibrium. The phenomena in the ossuary grew more pronounced. Skulls would visibly vibrate when he approached. Cold spots would drift through the chamber like unseen entities. The whispers became more distinct, coalescing into fragmented phrases, desperate pleas, chilling threats. "Let us out. The silence binds. The song will free. He listens. He will understand. He will play." He started to dream of the bone organ, of its keys moving under his fingers, of its femur pipes emitting a symphony of terrifying, beautiful alien music. In these dreams, the skulls on the walls would turn their empty sockets towards him, their jaws clicking in rhythm, their silent voices joining the spectral orchestra. One night, he was woken by a sound that was not a whisper, not a click, not a hum. It was a single, pure, resonant note, emanating from the bone organ itself. A note of profound sorrow, of infinite loneliness. It hung in the air for a long moment, then faded, leaving behind an even deeper, more expectant silence. He rushed into the ossuary. The chamber was filled with a faint, silvery mist. The bone organ seemed to glow with a cold internal light. And seated before it, his back to Alistair, was a figure, not Elias Thorne. This figure was slighter, almost childlike, dressed in archaic, tattered clothing. Its long, dark hair cascaded over its narrow shoulders. Its hands, pale and delicate, rested on the vertebral keyboard. As Alistair watched, frozen in disbelief, the figure began to play. The music was unlike anything he had ever heard. It was a symphony of whispers and sighs, of clicking bones and echoing moans, of ancient laments and forgotten lullabies. It was the sound of the ossuary itself, the collective voice of the van, their mere ancestors given form and melody. It was beautiful, and it was terrifying. The skulls on the walls turned, their empty sockets fixed on the player. The silvery mist swirled and coalesced around them, forming fleeting, translucent shapes. The ghostly outlines of the long-dead Vandermeeris, drawn by the music, by the call of their own harmonized echoes. The figure at the organ turned its head slowly, and Alistair gasped. It was a young woman, or rather the spirit of one. Her face was pale, ethereal, her eyes vast, dark pools of sorrow. He recognized her from a miniature portrait in one of the Vandermeer ledgers. Ilara Vandermeer, who had died in childbirth in 1742, her infant son interred with her. He broke the silence. Her voice whispered in Alistair's mind, a voice like wind chimes made of bone. The outsider, the one who sings the song of the outer dark. He seeks to shatter the harmony, to release us into chaos. Who? Alistair managed to croak, his throat dry. Alara's ghostly hand gestured towards a shadowy alcove, high up on the curving wall, a section of the ossuary Alistair hadn't yet explored. He hides among the unremembered, the unnamed. He offers a false freedom, a discordant song that promises release but delivers only unmaking. Alistair understood. The new voice Thorne had written of. It wasn't just a random dissonance. It was an entity, an intruder, trying to co-opt the ossuary, to hijack its resonant power for its own alien purposes. "What can I do?" he asked. Alara's sorrowful eyes met his. "You are a listener, Dr. Finch. You understand the language of echoes. The organ. It remembers its true purpose. It needs a conductor, a harmonist. It needs a thorn by spirit, if not by blood, to restore the great silence." She faded then, her form dissolving back into the silvery mist, the music of the bone organ sighing into silence. Alistair knew what he had to do. He was not a musician, not a conductor in any conventional sense. But he was a linguist, a master of patterns, of syntax, of the underlying structures of communication. And this ossuary, this bone organ, was the ultimate linguistic instrument. He spent the next few days in a state of feverish preparation. He studied Thorne's journals, deciphering the complex notations, the theories of osteoacoustic resonance. He meticulously cleaned and calibrated the bone organ, its femur pipes, its vertebral keys, its knucklebone stops. He felt a strange sense of connection to the instrument, as if it were an extension of his own mind, his own understanding. He learned to identify the true notes of the Vandermeer ancestors, the resonant frequencies of their individual sorrows, their joys, their lives, and he learned to identify the discordant alien vibrations of the intruder, the one who sang the song of the outer dark. The final confrontation came during a fierce North Sea gale, the wind howling around Bender House like a chorus of damned souls, the waves crashing against the cliffs with the force of 1,000 cannons. The ossuary was alive with a cacophony of sound, the desperate whispers of the Vandermeers, the triumphant alien song of the intruder, the groan of the ancient stones. Alistair sat before the bone organ, his fingers poised over the cold vertebral keys. He could feel the intruder's presence, a vast, cold intelligence pressing in on him, trying to overwhelm his mind with its chaotic, unmaking song. He began to play. He didn't play a melody, not at first. He played patterns. He played resonances. He wove a complex tapestry of sound, using the tuning forks, his own voice humming forgotten linguistic roots, and the bone organ itself. He called forth the true echoes of the Vandermeers, one by one, harmonizing their individual notes, strengthening their collective voice. He played Alara's sorrow, Marcus's fear, Isolde's loneliness, Alistair the scholar's forbidden knowledge. He wove them together, creating a counter-melody to the intruder's discordant song, a symphony of human experience, of resilience, of remembrance. The intruder fought back. Its song intensified, filling the ossuary with visions of cosmic chaos, of dying stars, of realities unraveling. The skulls on the walls rattled violently. Cracks appeared in the stone. The very air seemed to shred. But Alistair held firm. He was anchored by the bone organ, by the collective memory of the Vandermeers, by his own profound understanding of the power of language, of harmony, of shared meaning. He played not just for the dead, but for the living, for the fragile sanctity of human consciousness against the encroaching void. He found the intruder's core frequency, the keystone of its discordant song, hidden within a complex, almost untraceable, pattern of alien syntax. And he focused all his will, all his knowledge, all the harmonized power of the ossuary on that single point. He played a chord of such profound, resonant silence that it seemed to swallow all other sound. A chord that was the antithesis of the intruder's chaos, the perfect, still point of the great silence. The effect was cataclysmic. The intruder shrieked, a sound that was not a sound, a wave of pure psychic agony that shattered the remaining glass in the high windows. Its presence fractured, then dissolved, like mist in a harsh wind. The discordant song collapsed, leaving only the faint, fading echoes of its unmaking. Silence descended upon the ossuary, a true, profound, and deeply peaceful silence. The skulls on the walls were still, their empty sockets no longer staring, but resting. The bone organ hummed softly, its pipes resonating with a gentle, harmonious chord. Alistair Finch sat before the silent keyboard, his body trembling, his mind exhausted but clear. He had done it. He had reharmonized the ossuary. He had restored the great silence. Elias Thorne stood in the doorway, his calm blue eyes holding a new light, a mixture of respect and profound relief. The Vandermeers and I are in your debt, Dr. Finch, he said, his voice no longer a whisper, but a clear, resonant baritone. You have done what generations of Thorns have struggled to achieve. You have given them true rest. Alistair stayed on Ashworth Isle. No, Bender House, he corrected himself. For another week, helping Thorne to stabilize the ossuary, to ensure the great silence would hold. He learned that Thorne was not a man, not entirely, but the collective, harmonized consciousness of all the previous custodians, anchored to the island, to the ossuary, by the bone organ itself. He was the living embodiment of the great silence. When Alistair finally departed, on a surprisingly calm sea, under a sky that was, for the first time, a clear, pale blue, he left behind not just a reharmonized ossuary, but a part of himself. He had listened to the bones. He had spoken their language. He had conducted their silent symphony. He never published his findings. The world was not ready for the knowledge of what lay hidden in the forgotten corners, in the resonant echoes of bone and stone. But he continued his research, his understanding of language, of memory, of consciousness, forever changed. Sometimes late at night, in his dusty Cambridge rooms, when the city is quiet, he takes out a single, polished human knucklebone, a gift from Elias Thorne, a memento from the ossuary. He holds it to his ear, and if he listens very, very closely, he can still hear it. The faint, harmonious hum of the great silence, the peaceful, eternal song of the bone weaver's legacy, a reminder that even in the deepest silence, the echoes of the past sing on, waiting for a nuanced listener to discern their tune. And he knows, with a certainty that is both comforting and chilling, that the world is far stranger, far older, and far more resonant than most people could ever comprehend. The bones, after all, always remember, and sometimes they sing. The inheritance arrived like a forgotten obligation, a crisp lawyer's letter informing Arthur Finch, a pragmatic architect whose designs favored clean lines and rational spaces, a stark contrast to his family's rather more Baroque history that his great-aunt Alara Thorne had passed. He was the sole heir to her estate. Number 13, Penumbra Lane, a notoriously reclusive address in the city's oldest, most shadowed district, and its contents, described with unsettling vagueness as a significant collection of theatrical ephemera and articulated figures. Arthur, whose only memories of great-aunt Alara were of a whispered name associated with eccentricity and a distinct lack of familial warmth, approached the task with a weary sense of duty. He envisioned a few dusty boxes of moth-eaten costumes and perhaps some quaint, if valueless, Victorian toys. He planned a quick weekend trip. Assess, catalog, contact an estate agent, and be done with it. Penumbra Lane was less a street and more a narrow cobblestone fissure between towering, soot-stained Victorian warehouses, a place where sunlight seemed a reluctant visitor even at midday. Number 13 was a tall, gaunt townhouse, its brick facade unnervingly dark, its windows like heavily lidded eyes peering out from beneath a sagging slate roof. A single unlit gas lamp, a relic of a bygone era, stood sentinel by its peeling front door. The air here was thick, still, and carried the faint, almost imperceptible scent of old paper, dry wood, and something else. A subtle, almost theatrical aroma, like aged velvet and the lingering ghost of stage makeup. The heavy oak door, unlocked, as per the solicitor's instructions, groaned open onto a narrow, dimly lit hallway. Dust lay thick as a shroud, muffling Arthur's footsteps. To his left, a steep, shadowed staircase spiraled upwards. To his right, a pair of tall, imposing double doors, their dark wood carved with intricate, almost unsettlingly lifelike, theatrical masks, one leering in comedy, the other contorted in tragedy. These doors, Arthur sensed with a prickle of unease, led to the heart of his great-aunt's collection. He pushed them open. The room beyond was vast, cavernous, and utterly unexpected. It was a private theater, not a grand public auditorium, but an intimate, almost claustrophobic space. Rows of plush, faded velvet seats, no more than 50 in total, faced a small, ornate proscenium stage. Heavy velvet curtains, the color of dried blood, were drawn across the stage, their stillness absolute. The air was thick with that theatrical scent, stronger here, mingled with the faint metallic tang of old electrical wiring and something else. A subtle, almost imperceptible feeling of anticipation, as if an audience had just departed or was about to arrive. Arthur, a man of straight lines and calculated angles, felt a wave of disorientation. This was not what he had expected. He spent the first day exploring the small theater. The backstage area was a cramped labyrinth of ropes, pulleys, and dusty flats painted with fantastical, dreamlike landscapes. The dressing rooms were tiny, their mirrors cracked, their counters littered with pots of dried grease paint and tarnished powder puffs. It was in a locked room beneath the stage, accessible only by a narrow, trapdoor-like opening, that he found the core of Alara Thorne's collection. The articulated figures, they were shadow puppets, not the simple, two-dimensional cutouts he might have imagined. These were masterpieces of intricate, macabre artistry, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, crafted from thin, beaten sheets of blackened tin, translucent vellum, and what looked disturbingly like stretched, cured animal hide. They were jointed with tiny, precise brass rivets, their limbs capable of a startling range of motion. Their forms were fantastical, nightmarish, elongated, skeletal figures with hollow eyes, grotesque, chimerical beasts with too many limbs, weeping maidens with hair like tangled seaweed, and shadowy cloaked entities whose faces were lost in perpetual, featureless gloom. They hung in neat rows from wooden dowels, their delicate control rods of thin, black iron resting beside them. Each one was a miniature work of art, beautiful in its own terrifying way. A single large leather-bound ledger lay open on a dusty workbench in the center of the room. Its pages were filled with Alara Thorne's spidery, elegant script, detailing not just the puppets, but the plays they were intended for. The Lament of Lost Souls, the Dance of Shattered Masks, the Silent Symphony of the Abyss, titles that spoke of a theater far removed from the mundane. Arthur, despite his pragmatic nature, felt a shiver of something akin to recognition. As a child, he'd had a brief, intense fascination with shadow puppetry, a forgotten hobby his rational parents had gently discouraged. That night, he slept fitfully in one of the less dilapidated dressing rooms, the silence of the theater pressing in on him. He dreamed of vast empty stages, of shadowy figures moving behind translucent screens, their voices a chorus of dry, rustling whispers. The disturbances began subtly. He would find a puppet he was certain he had left on the workbench carefully rehung on its dowel. A stray control rod would be neatly aligned. The pages of Alara's ledger would be turned, as if an unseen reader had been perusing them in his absence. Then came the sounds. Faint, almost inaudible at first. The soft click of tin against tin. The dry rustle of vellum. The faintest high-pitched creak of tiny brass rivets moving. Sounds that could easily be dismissed as the settling of the old building, the movement of air currents. But Arthur knew. He felt it. The puppets were not entirely still. He found a hidden compartment in Alara's workbench. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded black velvet, was a single, exquisitely crafted shadow puppet. It was different from the others. Its form was stark, minimalist. A tall, slender, cloaked figure, its head a simple, featureless oval, its hands long and skeletal. It was made of a strange, dark material that seemed to absorb the light, and its control rods were of a cold, unfamiliar metal. A small, handwritten note lay beside it. The storyteller. He shapes the narratives. He pulls the strings. Listen to his silence. The storyteller. Arthur felt a profound, inexplicable connection to this particular puppet. He picked it up, its metal control rods surprisingly warm to his touch. That night the whispers started, not the vague rustlings he'd heard before. These were distinct, sibilant voices, seeming to emanate from the shadows of the small theater, from the darkness behind the drawn stage curtains. They were too faint to discern words, but their cadence was rhythmic, almost theatrical. He began to feel as if he were not alone in his task, as if unseen assistants were observing his work, perhaps even guiding it. He would reach for a tool and find it already placed conveniently to hand. He would struggle with a tangled set of control rods, only to find them inexplicably untangled a moment later. Alara's journals spoke of this. October 19th, 1973. The Weavers of Shadow are active tonight. They mend the broken threads, realign the fallen players. The theater desires order. It craves the narrative. The Weavers of Shadow. The name resonated with the unseen presences he felt around him. November 1st, 1985. The storyteller showed me a new play, a tragedy of forgotten gods and lost constellations. Its shadows are hungry. They demand a voice, a performance. Arthur, the rational architect, found himself increasingly drawn into the strange hermetic world of Marlowe House and its shadow theater. He spent his days meticulously cataloging the puppets, his nights poring over Alara's journals, the whispers a constant rustling counterpoint to his thoughts. He started to understand the plays Alara had written of. They were not scripts, in the conventional sense, but more like conceptual frameworks, emotional landscapes, designed to be interpreted, to be animated, by the shadow puppets and by the storyteller. He began to experiment. In the dusty, silent theater, lit only by a single bare bulb he'd rigged up backstage, he would set up the ancient shadow screen, a vast expanse of taut, translucent vellum stretched across a heavy wooden frame. He would choose a few puppets, their forms stark and evocative against the illuminated screen, and he would try to tell their stories. At first, his movements were clumsy, his narratives hesitant. But as he worked, as he allowed himself to sink deeper into the strange, shadowy logic of the place, something shifted. The puppets seemed to come alive in his hands, their movements fluid, expressive. The storyteller, in particular, seemed to guide him, its featureless form casting a long, commanding shadow, its silent presence shaping the unfolding drama. He would lose himself for hours in these silent, shadowy performances, weaving tales of sorrow and longing, of ancient evils and forgotten loves. He spoke no words, yet the puppets, in their stark, eloquent dance of light and shadow, conveyed a depth of emotion that astonished him. And as he performed, he would feel it, the presence of the unseen audience. The air in the small theater would grow colder, the silence more profound, more attentive. He could almost feel their collective gaze, their silent, hungry appreciation. The whispers would intensify during these performances, no longer just rustling murmurs, but distinct, sibilant voices, offering encouragement, criticism, direction. Slower, the grief must linger. The shadow of the knife, more pronounced. Yes, the despair, feel it, show it. He was no longer just an archivist, a cataloger. He was becoming a performer, a conduit for the stories that haunted Marlowe House. He found a secret room behind the main stage, a chamber filled with mirrors, all angled to reflect the shadow screen. And in the center of the room, a single, ornate, high-backed chair, its velvet worn, its wood polished smooth by countless hands. This, he realized, was where the master puppeteer, Alara, and perhaps others before her, had sat, observing, directing, perhaps even becoming part of the performance. One night, as he was performing a particularly bleak and sorrowful tale, The Lament of the Last Star, he felt a change in the atmosphere. The unseen audience was no longer just watching. They were participating. Shadowy forms began to coalesce in the empty velvet seats. Faint, translucent figures, their faces indistinct, their eyes fixed on the illuminated screen. He could feel their emotions, their sorrow, their longing, washing over him in waves, fueling his performance, deepening the shadows he cast, and the puppets. They moved with a new, almost independent life. Their tin and vellum forms seemed to swell with a borrowed vitality, their shadows more defined, more real. The storyteller, in his hands, felt almost incandescent, a conduit for a vast, ancient power. He was no longer controlling the puppets. They were dancing with him, drawing him deeper into their shadowy world. The performance ended, not with a sense of completion, but with a feeling of absorption. He felt drained, empty, as if a part of himself had been woven into the fabric of the shadows on the screen. When he returned to the understage workshop, he found a new puppet hanging on a previously empty dowel. It was small, intricately crafted, its form vaguely familiar. With a jolt of dawning horror, he recognized it. It was a miniature, shadowy effigy of himself, its face a perfect, tiny replica of his own, its eyes holding a look of profound, theatrical sorrow. Ilara's journal provided the final, terrible piece of the puzzle. December 12th, 2003. The theater demands a new shadow for its collection. A life lived, a story told, its essence captured, distilled, and given form in tin and vellum. The storyteller weaves the threads of our being into his eternal narrative. We do not die here in Marlowe House. We simply become part of the cast. Arthur understood then. The inheritance, the cataloging, the performances. It had all been a process of initiation, of preparation. He was being woven into the very fabric of Marlowe House, his life, his memories, his essence, becoming another shadow puppet in the master puppeteer's eternal, silent theater. He tried to fight it. He refused to perform. He barricaded himself in his small room, ignoring the whispers, the rustling, the insistent, silent summons of the storyteller puppet, which he now kept locked in a drawer. But the house and its unseen audience were patient. His dreams became more vivid, more intrusive. He would find himself on the shadow stage, performing complex, sorrowful dramas he had never written, his limbs moving on invisible strings, his voice a dry, rustling whisper. He grew weaker, paler. The lines on his face deepened. His own reflection in the cracked dressing room mirror began to look flatter, more two-dimensional, as if he were slowly transforming into one of the shadow figures he had animated. The scent of old paper and sawdust became his own scent. The faint, metallic tang of the control rods was a constant taste in his mouth. One night, he was woken by a profound silence. The usual whispers, the rustlings, the creaks, all gone. The house was holding its breath. He knew, with a certainty that was absolute, that it was time. He rose, his movements stiff, almost articulated. He walked through the silent, expectant house, towards the small private theater. The heavy velvet curtains were drawn back, the stage bare, the shadow screen illuminated by a single stark white light. The unseen audience was assembled. In the faded velvet seats, their shadowy forms more distinct, more solid than he had ever seen them. They were waiting, and on the stage, standing before the illuminated screen, was the storyteller puppet. Not the small, handheld version from the workshop, but a life-sized, towering figure, its cloaked form radiating an ancient, silent power. Its featureless oval head was turned towards him. Its long, skeletal hands were outstretched. Arthur walked onto the stage, his footsteps making no sound. He felt no fear, only a profound sense of inevitability, of completion. He stood before the storyteller. It reached out, and its shadowy, metallic fingers brushed against his own. He felt a cold, electric jolt, and then nothing. Or rather, everything. His consciousness expanded, fragmented, then reformed, no longer contained within the confines of his own fragile, fleshy form. He was light and shadow. He was tin and vellum. He was a story, waiting to be told. He looked out at the unseen audience. He saw Alara Thorne among them, her face serene, her eyes holding a faint, welcoming smile. He saw generations of Marlows, of Thorns, of forgotten performers and absorbed souls, all watching him. Their silent anticipation, a tangible force. He was one of them now. He raised his hands, no longer his own, but the articulated metallic limbs of the storyteller. He felt the invisible strings, connecting him to the ancient heart of Marlow House, to the collective consciousness of its eternal inhabitants. And he began to perform. He told a new story, a story of an architect who inherited a haunted theater, a story of shadows and whispers, of art and obsession, of a man who became a puppet, who became a story. His voice was no longer his own, but a chorus of dry, rustling whispers, the collective voice of Penumbra Lane. His shadow, vast and eloquent, danced across the illuminated screen, weaving a tale of sorrow and beauty, and an eternity spent in the silent, appreciative company of the unseen audience. Marlow House still stands on Penumbra Lane, its windows dark, its secrets held within its decaying walls. Sometimes, on nights when the fog rolls in thick from the sea, a faint, flickering light can be seen from the windows of its small private theater, and if one were to press their ear against the cold, damp stone, they might hear it, the faintest click of tin, the dry rustle of vellum, the almost inaudible hum of 1,000 taut strings. The show, after all, never truly ends. It merely waits for a new player, a new shadow, a new story to be woven into its eternal silent repertoire. And the storyteller, now with eyes that have seen both the world of flesh and the realm of shadows, continues to pull the strings, ensuring that the audience of Marlow House is never, ever left wanting. The silence of the theater is the sound of a story perfectly told, a performance flawlessly executed, in a play that has no final curtain. The letter that summoned Alara Vance to the village of Oakhaven arrived not by conventional post, but was found tucked beneath the rusted iron knocker of her secluded cottage, a place where the wind off the moors seemed to carry the whispers of forgotten histories. The parchment was ancient, brittle, and sealed with a black wax crest depicting a skeletal hand holding a single, overturned tarot card, the Tower. Inside, a single spidery line of faded ink. The deck is unsettled. The reader is required. Hemlock Bridge awaits. No signature, no return address, only the lingering, faint scent of dried herbs and something else, something akin to old, cold stone. Alara, a folklorist whose academic pursuits had led her to the shadowy, often discredited study of geomantic resonances and the divinatory echoes of place, felt an immediate visceral pull. Hemlock Bridge was a name that resonated in the deepest, most obscure corners of her research. A village rumored to exist in a pocket of reality where the veil between worlds was perpetually thin, a place where the old ways and the old powers still held sway. The deck and the reader, these were terms she recognized from apocryphal texts, hinting at a tradition of cartomancy so ancient, so potent, it was said to not merely predict the future, but to shape it. Her journey to Hemlock Bridge was a descent into increasing isolation, a drive through winding, unmarked country lanes that seemed to coil in on themselves, the landscape growing more ancient, more primal, with each passing mile. The village, when she finally found it nestled in a deep, mist-shrouded valley, bisected by a fast-flowing Blackwater River, was a cluster of time-worn stone cottages, their thatched roofs heavy with moss, their small leaded-pane windows like dark, watchful eyes. A single narrow stone bridge, its arch impossibly high and graceful, Hemlock Bridge itself, spanned the river, connecting the two halves of the village. The air in Hemlock Bridge was thick, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, wood smoke, and a faint, almost imperceptible aroma of those same dried herbs from the letter, mingled with the cold mineral tang of the river. A profound, expectant silence hung over the place, broken only by the rush of the water beneath the bridge and the occasional, mournful cry of a raven. She was met at the entrance to the bridge by a figure as ancient and weathered as the village itself. He was tall, gaunt, wrapped in a dark homespun cloak, his face a roadmap of deep-set wrinkles, his eyes the color of storm clouds. He introduced himself only as Silas, the keeper of the crossing. His voice was a low, gravelly rumble, like stones shifting in the riverbed. "The reader is welcome," Silas said, his gaze intense, searching. "The deck has been agitated, the patterns fray, the village is unmoored." He led her across Hemlock Bridge, its stones worn smooth by centuries of use, the black water swirling vertiginously below. On the far side, nestled amongst a grove of ancient, gnarled hemlocks, whose branches intertwined like skeletal fingers, stood a single, larger cottage, its stone walls almost entirely obscured by a thick mantle of dark, glossy ivy. This, Silas explained, was the House of Cards, the traditional residence of the reader of Hemlock Bridge. The interior was surprisingly well preserved, though filled with the accumulated dust and shadows of decades, perhaps centuries. A massive stone hearth dominated one wall, its embers glowing faintly. Bookshelves overflowed with ancient leather-bound volumes on cartomancy, astrology, and herb lore. And in the center of the room, on a heavy, circular oak table, polished smooth by countless hands, lay the deck. It was not a standard tarot deck. The cards were larger, crafted from thin, almost translucent sheets of what looked like polished bone or ancient ivory, their edges bound in tarnished silver. The images on them were not printed, but intricately carved and inlaid with fine wires, of gold and copper, depicting archetypes and symbols Alara had never encountered. The Silent Piper, the Weaver of Mists, the Guardian of the Threshold, the Obsidian Gate. There were more than 78 cards. The deck seemed to shift in number, its composition subtly altering each time she tried to count them. "This is the Hemlock deck," Silas said, his voice a reverent whisper. "Forged in the heart of the valley, attuned to its rhythms, its secrets. It does not predict, reader. It reflects. It harmonizes. And now, it is dissonant." Alara's task, he explained, was to reread the deck, to understand the source of its agitation, to identify the fractured card or misaligned spread that was causing the village to become unmoored. The previous reader, an old woman named Alara Thorne, the recurrence of her own name, and the Thorne lineage, sent a familiar, unsettling shiver down her spine, had passed away months ago, her final reading unfinished, her warnings cryptic. Alara was given a small, sparsely furnished room at the back of the cottage. Her only companions were the whispering wind in the hemlocks, the rushing river, and the profound, watchful silence of the deck. The first few days were spent in careful observation. She studied the deck, its strange, unsettling imagery, the way the bone-like cards felt cool and strangely alive beneath her fingertips. She walked the village, sensing its subtle wrongness. The cobblestone paths seemed to shift when she wasn't looking. The shadows in the narrow alleyways seemed deeper, more animate than they should be. The villagers themselves, few in number, ancient and insular, would watch her with wary, unreadable eyes, their conversations ceasing as she approached, their silence a heavy, almost accusatory weight. She began to experience vivid, disorienting dreams. She would find herself walking through a version of Hemlock Bridge that was subtly different, the river flowing backwards, the cottages arranged in unfamiliar patterns, the sky filled with alien constellations. She would see figures in these dreams, figures from the cards, their carved faces animated, their inlaid eyes gleaming with a cold, ancient light. The deck itself seemed to be communicating, not in words, but in sensations, in fleeting images, in a growing sense of unease that centered around a particular card she hadn't yet drawn, a card that seemed to hum with a dissonant, almost painful energy whenever her hand hovered near it. She found the journals of the previous readers in a locked chest beneath the hearth. Generations of them, their entries spanning centuries, all written in a precise, almost ritualistic script. They spoke of the deck as a living entity, a conduit to the undercurrents of the valley, the dreaming time of Hemlock Bridge. They chronicled their attempts to maintain the great harmony, to soothe the restless spirits of the place through intricate, almost forgotten, divinatory rituals. Alara Thorne's final entries were particularly disturbing. The cracks widen. The outsider's song seeps through. It promises unmaking. The tower card trembles in the spread. I fear the foundation itself is compromised. The bridge weakens. The river whispers of other shores. I have tried to mend the pattern, to reweave the narrative, but the unraveler's hand is too strong. The deck, it screams. The unraveler, the outsider's song. These were not terms Alara recognized from any conventional cartomantic tradition. One night, as a storm lashed the valley, the wind howling like a hungry wolf, the river roaring in its gorge, Alara was woken by a sound that was not the storm. It was a single, discordant chime, like a massive, cracked bell, seeming to emanate from the deck itself. She rushed into the main room. The cards lay scattered across the oak table, not as she had left them, but arranged in a strange, unsettling pattern she didn't recognize. And in the center, face up, lay a card she had never seen before. Its image was stark, terrifying. A bridge, not of stone, but of twisted, knotted shadows, arching over a river of pure, black emptiness. And crossing the bridge, a procession of faceless, skeletal figures, their forms dissolving into the void as they reached the other side. The card was titled in stark, archaic runes, The Unmaking. As Alara stared, the carved figures on the card seemed to writhe, to shift. The air in the cottage grew icy cold. The scent of dried herbs was overwhelmed by a new, terrifying aroma. The smell of ozone, of cosmic dust, of the cold, empty spaces between stars. A voice whispered in her mind, a voice that was not a voice, but a wave of pure, unadulterated dread. The crossing is open, the harmony is undone, the unraveler comes. Alara knew with a certainty that transcended logic that this was the source of the deck's agitation, the fractured card, the dissonant note. This unmaking card was an intrusion, an alien element that was corrupting the ancient magic of Hemlock Bridge. She tried to remove the card, to separate it from the others, but it clung to the deck, its bone-like surface burning cold against her fingertips. And as she struggled with it, the other cards began to react. The silent piper's carved lips seemed to part in a silent scream. The weaver of mist's ethereal form began to unravel. The guardian of the threshold's stern face contorted in an expression of unimaginable terror. The village itself was changing. When Elara ventured out the next morning, the mist was thicker, imbued with a strange iridescent sheen. The cobblestone paths seemed to twist and turn in impossible geometries. The cottages looked flatter, less substantial, as if they were slowly being erased from reality. The few villagers she encountered were even more withdrawn, their faces pale and gaunt, their eyes reflecting a dawning existential dread. They would mouth words at her, but no sound would emerge, their voices stolen by the encroaching silence of the unmaking. Silas, the keeper, found her by the bridge, his ancient face etched with a new, profound despair. "The song of the unraveler grows stronger, reader," he rasped, his voice barely audible above the roar of the now blacker, more turbulent river. "He seeks to unmake the valley, to erase its story, to feed its essence into the void he carries within him." "Who is he?" Elara demanded. "Where does he come from?" Silas gestured towards the deepest, most shadowed part of the forest, a place where the hemlocks grew so thick they formed a lightless, impenetrable wall. "He is a tear in the fabric, a discordant note from a symphony of annihilation. He was invited long ago by a reader who sought power beyond understanding, who tried to add a new forbidden card to the deck, a card of absolute negation." Elara understood. The unmaking card was not just a reflection of a threat. It was the threat, a conduit for the Unraveler's power. "How do I stop him?" she asked. Silas's storm cloud eyes fixed on hers. "The deck is a map of what is, and what might be. It is also a weapon in the hands of a true reader. You must find the Unraveler's true name, his core pattern, within the dissonant song, and you must unweave him, remove his card from the deck, not by force, but by understanding, by finding the counter harmony, the chord that will silence his song forever." It was an impossible task. To delve into the heart of that chaotic, unmaking music, to find a pattern in its madness, to confront an entity that sought to erase existence itself. But Elara knew she had no choice. The fate of Hemlock Bridge, perhaps of more than just this forgotten valley, rested on her shoulders. She returned to the house of cards, to the scattered, screaming deck. She gathered the cards, her hands, trembling, and began the most dangerous reading of her life. She did not lay out a conventional spread. Instead, she listened. She closed her eyes, cleared her mind, and opened herself to the cacophony, to the dissonant song of the Unraveler that pulsed from the unmaking card. She let its alien syntax, its logic of annihilation, wash over her. It was an agony. Visions of dying stars, of crumbling realities, of worlds dissolving into cold, empty static, flooded her mind. She felt her own identity begin to fray, her thoughts becoming unmoored, her memories dissolving like mist. But she held on, anchored by the faint, resilient harmonies of the true Hemlock deck, by the whispering echoes of generations of readers who had guarded this valley. She searched for the pattern within the chaos, the signature note of the Unraveler, the linguistic root of his unmaking song. Days, perhaps weeks, passed in this terrible communion. Silas brought her water, a little bread, his silent presence, a fragile bulwark against the encroaching void. The village outside continued to fade, its colors leaching away, its sounds muffled, its very substance seeming to thin. And then, in the heart of the Unraveler's discordant symphony, she found it, a single, repeating motif, a sequence of notes, of glyphs, of absences. Not a name in any human sense, but a resonant void, a signature of pure negation. She had his pattern. Now she had to unweave it. She sat before the bone organ of her own soul, the hemlock deck spread before her like a keyboard. She began to play, not with sound, but with meaning, with intention, with the ancient, potent magic of true cartomancy. She took the unmaking card, its surface now radiating an almost unbearable coldness, its shadowy figures writhing with triumphant malice. And one by one she began to draw the other cards of the hemlock deck, laying them around the unmaking, not in a spread of divination, but in a pattern of containment, of counterpoint. She drew the silent piper, and imagined his haunting melody weaving a net of sound around the Unraveler's silence. She drew the weaver of mists, and envisioned her ethereal threads binding the unmaking's chaotic energies. She drew the guardian of the threshold, and invoked his ancient power to seal the obsidian gate that the Unraveler sought to open. With each card she played, with each act of focused, symbolic intent, she felt the Unraveler's power lessen, its discordant song falter. The unmaking card itself began to fade, its stark, terrifying imagery growing dimmer, less defined. The Unraveler fought back. The cottage shook, the wind howled, the shadows deepened, threatening to consume her. Voices screamed in her mind, promising oblivion, offering the sweet release of utter non-existence. But Alara held firm. She was the reader of Hemlock Bridge. This was her deck, her valley, her harmony to defend. She drew the final card. It was one she hadn't noticed before. A card that seemed to materialize in her hand, as if summoned by the intensity of her will. It depicted a single vibrant hemlock tree, its roots delving deep into the earth, its branches reaching towards a star-filled sky. Its title was simple: The Heartwood. She placed it directly on top of the fading unmaking card, and she spoke the true name of the valley, a word of power she had gleaned from the oldest of the reader's journals, a word that resonated with the very bones of the earth, the water, the ancient stones. A wave of pure, clean green light erupted from the Heartwood card, engulfing the unmaking, silencing its discordant song, smoothing its fractured patterns. The unmaking card shimmered, then dissolved, its essence absorbed, transmuted, reharmonized by the ancient, resilient magic of Hemlock Bridge. Silence. A true, profound, and deeply peaceful silence filled the cottage. The wind died down. The rushing of the river softened to a gentle murmur. The oppressive weight lifted. Alara collapsed, exhausted but triumphant. When she awoke, Silas was there, his weathered face etched with a quiet awe. "You have done it, reader," he said, his voice filled with a reverence that bordered on worship. "You have restored the great harmony. You have saved Hemlock Bridge." The village, when Alara walked through it later that day, was transformed. The mist had lifted, revealing cottages whose stones seemed to glow with a warm internal light. The colors were vibrant, the air clean and fresh. The villagers, though still few, met her gaze with smiles of shy gratitude, their voices, when they spoke, clear and melodic. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by the gentle sounds of a community, slowly, miraculously, reawakening. The hemlock deck lay on the oak table in the house of cards, complete once more, its bone-like surfaces warm to the touch, its ancient symbols resonating with a quiet, powerful harmony. The unmaking card was gone as if it had never existed. In its place, the heartwood card glowed with a gentle, enduring light. Elara Vance remained in Hemlock Bridge, not as a visitor, but as its reader. She tended the deck, listened to its whispers, maintained its delicate, ever-shifting harmony. She learned the ancient rituals, the subtle art of weaving the patterns of what is, what was, and what might be. She knew the Unraveler, or others like him, might one day return. The fabric of reality was vast, and its tiers were many. But she also knew that Hemlock Bridge, with its ancient magic, its resilient spirit, and its dedicated reader, would be ready. The whispers of the valley were no longer a threat, but a conversation. The silence was no longer an oppressive void, but a space filled with potential, with the infinite subtle harmonies of existence. Elara Vance, the folklorist who had sought the echoes of forgotten histories, had found her true calling, not just to record the stories, but to become a part of their living, breathing, ever-evolving tapestry. The deck was settled. The reader was home. And Hemlock Bridge, nestled in its misty valley, continued its timeless, silent vigil, a beacon of harmony against the encroaching chaos of the outer dark. The river flowed, the hemlocks whispered, and the cards, in their infinite wisdom, held the balance of all things. The summons to Ashworth Abbey arrived not as a letter, but as a single tarnished silver bell, no larger than a thimble, left on Dr. Alistair Finch's doorstep during a fierce autumnal squall. Alistair, a musicologist whose academic focus had drifted from the conventional study of Baroque counterpoint to the more esoteric and largely discredited field of resonant architecture, the theory that certain structures could absorb and retain sonic memories, recognized the bell's peculiar seven-lobe design immediately. It was identical to those depicted in the marginalia of the infamous Thorn Codex, a supposedly apocryphal manuscript detailing the construction of a series of harmonic resonators built by the reclusive Alistair Thorn in the late 18th century. Why a Thorn name? A recurring, shadowy leitmotif in Alistair's obscure field of research, always heralded the unusual, the unsettling. The Codex hinted that Ashworth Abbey, a ruin on a desolate, windswept moor in the northernmost reaches of Scotland, was Thorn's magnum opus, a place where sound itself was said to have been imprisoned, driven by an academic hunger that bordered on obsession and a sense of foreboding he couldn't quite shake. Alistair journeyed north. Ashworth Abbey, when he finally reached it after a perilous trek across the heather-choked, mist-shrouded moor, was less a ruin and more a skeletal monument to forgotten ambition. Its once grand bell tower, a stark granite finger pointing accusingly at the perpetually gray sky, was still largely intact, but the nave had long since collapsed, its stones scattered like the bones of some ancient forgotten beast. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying peat, and something else, a faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like old cold iron, and the lingering ghostly resonance of silence. A silence so profound, so absolute, it felt like a physical pressure against his eardrums. A single figure awaited him at the crumbling lich gate. A gaunt elderly man wrapped in a threadbare shepherd's plaid, his face a network of deep-set wrinkles, his eyes the pale, washed-out blue of the winter sky. He introduced himself only as Silas, the keeper of the stillness. His voice was a low, breathy whisper, as if he were afraid to disturb the oppressive quiet. "Dr. Finch, I presume," Silas rasped, his gaze unnervingly direct. "The Master's instruments have been agitated." The silence phrase, the carillon, it yearns to speak. He led Alistair towards the looming bell tower, the only part of the abbey still roofed and relatively sound. The entrance was a low, arched doorway, its ancient oak timbers warped and green with lichen. As they passed beneath it, Alistair felt a subtle shift in the atmospheric pressure, a tingling in his inner ear, as if he had stepped into a vast, invisible resonator. The interior of the tower was a single, soaring stone cylinder, its walls lined with a complex, bewildering array of ropes, pulleys, levers, and what looked like massive, tarnished tuning forks, each as tall as a man. High above, lost in the gloom, Alistair could just make out the dark, hulking shapes of bells. Not a conventional peal, but a vast, intricate carillon, its components seemingly crafted from some dark, unfamiliar metal. "This is the great carillon of Ashworth," Silas whispered, his voice barely audible above the mournful sigh of the wind that seemed to whistle through the very stones of the tower. Alistair Thorne's masterpiece. It was designed not to play melodies, but to absorb them, to capture and hold the resonant echoes of sound, of emotion, of memory. Alistair, the musicologist, felt a thrill of horrified awe. This was beyond anything described in the Thorne Codex. This was not just resonant architecture. This was sonic necromancy. For centuries it has held the silence, Silas continued, his pale eyes fixed on the unseen bells far above, a carefully balanced harmony of absorbed sounds, a stillness woven from forgotten songs, lost words, and the final fading echoes of Ashworth's past. But now, something new has entered the tower. A discordant note. A sound the carillon cannot absorb, cannot silence. It threatens to shatter the harmony, to release all that has been contained. His task, Silas explained, was to identify this rogue resonance, to understand its nature, and to help him, the last keeper, to either integrate it into the carillon's silent symphony or to expel it. He was given a small, damp, cell-like room high in the tower, containing a straw pallet, a rickety table, and a single guttering tallow candle. His tools were his own highly trained ears, his knowledge of acoustics and harmonics, and a set of antique silver-tipped divining rods that Silas pressed into his hand, claiming they were attuned to the tower's voice. The first few days were an exercise in profound, almost unbearable sensory deprivation. The silence in the tower was not merely the absence of sound. It was an active, oppressive force. It pressed in on Alistair, muffling his thoughts, dulling his senses. He found himself straining to hear, to discern the subtle, almost subliminal vibrations that Silas claimed were the breath of the carillon. He began to explore the tower, his footsteps echoing unnaturally in the vast cylindrical space. He examined the complex array of ropes and levers, trying to understand their function. He touched the massive, cold tuning forks, feeling their faint, dormant resonance. He looked up into the shadowy heights where the bells hung, unseen, unheard, yet undeniably present. The rogue resonance made itself known on the third night. Alistair was jolted from a restless sleep by a sound that was not a sound. It was a vibration, a pressure, a high, keening note that seemed to bypass his ears and bore directly into his skull. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated anguish, a silent scream that resonated through the very stones of the tower, making them hum like a struck tuning fork. He stumbled out of his cell, the divining rods in his hand trembling violently. The air in the tower was icy cold, thick with an almost palpable tension. The great tuning forks along the walls were visibly vibrating, emitting a low, mournful thrum. The silent scream intensified, and Alistair felt his own sanity begin to fray. He clutched his head, trying to block out the soundless sound, but it was inside him now, echoing in the chambers of his own mind. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped, leaving behind a silence even more profound, more terrifying than before. And in that silence, Alistair heard something new. Whispers, not the wind, not the settling stones, but faint, sibilant, human whispers, seeming to emanate from the bells themselves, high above in the darkness. They were too faint to discern words, but their tone was one of sorrow, of confusion, of trapped. He found Silas in the lowest level of the tower, huddled beside a small, sputtering brazier, his face etched with a new, deeper despair. "It grows stronger," Silas rasped, his voice hoarse. "The unsung, the one whose echo the carillon cannot hold. Its sorrow, it threatens to shatter the great silence." "The unsung?" Alistair asked, his own voice trembling. "A soul whose passing was unharmonious," Silas explained, his gaze distant. "A life whose final note was too discordant, too filled with unresolved pain for the carillon to absorb. It has become a rogue resonance, a discordant chord in the symphony of silence. And it is calling to the others." Alistair began to understand the true nature of Ashworth Abbey. It was not just a ruin, not just a repository of absorbed sound. It was a prison for echoes, for sonic memories, perhaps even for the lingering essences of those whose lives had ended within its walls. Their final breaths, their last words, their dying screams, all captured, harmonized, and held in a state of perpetual, silent suspension by Thorne's infernal carillon. And now, one of those echoes, one of those prisoners, was trying to break free, and in doing so, threatened to release them all. Alistair knew he had to ascend to the bell chamber to confront the source of this rogue resonance. Silas tried to dissuade him. "No keeper has entered the high belfry since the master himself last tuned the bells," he warned. "The air there is thin, the silence too pure. It can unmake a man's mind." But Alistair was resolute. He was a musicologist, a student of resonant architecture. This was his field, however dark, however terrifying. The ascent to the bell chamber was a dizzying, claustrophobic climb up a narrow, winding stone staircase, lit only by the flickering flame of his tallow candle. The air grew colder, thinner, with each step. The whispers from above grew louder, more insistent, coalescing into fragments of words, of names, of sorrowful, half-remembered melodies. He reached the bell chamber. It was a vast, circular space, its domed roof open to the stormy sky through a latticework of crumbling stone tracery, and hanging in the center, suspended from massive age-blackened oak beams, was the carillon. It was a breathtaking, terrifying sight. Dozens of bells, perhaps hundreds, of all shapes and sizes, crafted from that strange, dark metal that seemed to drink the light. They were not arranged in any conventional peal, but in a complex, almost organic spiral, like the chambers of a gigantic metallic nautilus shell. Their surfaces were covered in intricate etched symbols, the same sigils he had seen on the bronze door of the Vandermeer ossuary, the same glyphs that had filled the linguistic shatter of Vajravidhata. The Thorn legacy, it seemed, was a vast interconnected web of resonant and echoic prisons. The air in the bell chamber was alive with whispers, with the silent scream of the unsung, with the faint, mournful echoes of countless other trapped sounds. The bells themselves seemed to vibrate, to hum with a restrained, terrible power, and in the center of the spiral, beneath the largest, darkest bell, the silent requiem, as Thorne's codex called it, Alistair saw a figure. It was translucent, ethereal, a young woman in a tattered white gown, her long, dark hair swirling around her as if caught in an unseen wind. Her face was contorted in an expression of silent, unending anguish, her mouth open in that soundless scream that had pierced Alistair's mind. This was the unsung. As Alistair watched, her spectral form flickered, and for a moment, he saw another image superimposed upon her. A different young woman, her features strikingly similar, but her expression one of fierce, desperate resolve. It was Alara Thorne, Alistair Thorne's daughter, a gifted musician and composer who, according to the Codex, had died tragically young, a victim of her own father's obsessive pursuit of sonic immortality. He understood then. The unsung was not just a random trapped soul. She was Alara, her spirit, her final anguished note, imprisoned within the carillon. Her sorrow, the discordant seed that now threatened to shatter her father's terrible creation. Alara, Alistair whispered, his voice barely audible above the chorus of whispers and the keening of the unsung. Her spectral head turned towards him, her eyes, or the dark, sorrowful voids where her eyes should have been, fixed on him. The silent scream intensified, and Alistair felt a wave of pure, unadulterated despair wash over him, threatening to drown his own consciousness. He knew he couldn't fight this with silence, with divining rods, with academic theories. This was not a problem of acoustics. It was a problem of the heart, of the soul. Alara's song, her final discordant note, needed to be resolved, completed. He thought of his own field, musicology. He thought of Baroque counterpoint, of fugues, of canons, of the way melodies could intertwine, support, and ultimately resolve each other. He began to hum, a simple, ancient folk melody, one his grandmother used to sing, a song of loss, of remembrance, but also of a quiet, enduring hope. He hummed it softly at first, his voice trembling, then louder, clearer, his notes weaving a fragile counterpoint to Alara's silent, anguished scream. The effect was immediate. Alara's spectral form stilled. The keening lessened, just slightly. The whispers around them seemed to pause, to listen. Alistair continued to hum, his melody growing stronger, more confident. He wasn't trying to silence Alara's sorrow, but to acknowledge it, to harmonize with it, to offer it a different path, a different resolution. He walked slowly towards the center of the carillon, towards the silent requiem bell beneath which Alara's tormented spirit hovered. The other bells around them began to resonate softly, picking up the harmonics of his simple tune, adding their own faint, metallic voices to the improvised requiem. Alara's form began to change. The anguish in her spectral face softened, replaced by a look of profound, weary sadness. Then by a flicker of understanding, her silent scream subsided, her lips curving into a faint, sorrowful smile. She raised a translucent hand, not in threat, but in a gesture of acceptance. Alistair reached the silent requiem. He placed his hand on its cold, dark metal. It vibrated, with a deep, resonant hum, a note of profound, ancient peace. And as his melody intertwined with the carillon's own dormant harmonies, as Alara's sorrow found its counterpoint, her spectral form began to fade. Not violently, but gently, dissolving like mist in the morning sun, her essence reabsorbed into the great carillon, no longer a discordant note, but a resolved chord in its eternal, silent symphony. When she was gone, the bell chamber fell silent. Not the oppressive, charged silence of before, but a deep, peaceful stillness. The whispers had ceased. The keening was gone. The air was cool and clean. Alistair stood in the center of the vast, silent carillon, his hand resting on the silent requiem, his own simple melody still echoing faintly in his mind. He felt drained, exhausted, but also at peace. He descended the winding staircase, the tower now quiet, truly still. He found Silas waiting at the bottom, his ancient face illuminated by the flickering brazier, his pale eyes holding a look of quiet wonder. The silence. "It is whole again," Silas whispered, his voice filled with a reverence that Alistair had not heard before. "The unsung. She is at peace. You have retuned the carillon, Dr. Finch. You have done what no keeper has done in generations." Alistair stayed at Ashworth Abbey for another week, not as a researcher, but as a custodian. He worked with Silas, learning the ancient rituals of the keepers, the subtle art of maintaining the great silence, of listening to the faint harmonious breath of the carillon. He learned that Alistair Thorne, in his mad genius, had not just sought to imprison sound, but to create a perfect, eternal harmony, a bulwark against the chaotic dissonances of the outside world, and perhaps against the encroaching silence of his own mortality. His methods had been monstrous, his legacy terrifying, but his aim, in its own twisted way, had been a form of preservation. When Alistair Finch finally left Ashworth Abbey, bidding farewell to Silas, the last true keeper of the stillness, he carried with him not just his research notes, but a profound, unsettling understanding of the nature of sound, of silence, of memory. He never published his findings on resonant architecture. The world, he knew, was not ready for the knowledge of places like Ashworth Abbey, of instruments like the great carillon, of the thin veil that separates the audible world from the silent, resonant echoes of what has been and what might yet be. But sometimes, late at night, in his quiet, book-filled rooms, when the city outside is hushed and still, he takes out the small, tarnished silver bell, the one with the 7-lobe design. He holds it to his ear, and if he listens very, very closely, he can almost hear it. The faint, harmonious hum of the great carillon of Ashworth, the peaceful, eternal silence of resolved sorrows, a reminder that even in the deepest stillness, the echoes of the past sing on, waiting for a listener, a harmonist, a keeper of their silent, resonant truth. The silence, he now understood, was not an absence, but a presence, a vast, intricate symphony that only the most attuned ears could ever hope to discern. And he, Alistair Finch, the musicologist who had sought the secrets of sound, had finally learned to listen to its most profound and terrifying expression. The perfect, eternal silence of a story finally, truly, laid to rest. The summons arrived not by post, but by a single, perfectly preserved pressed nightshade blossom, left on Dr. Alistair Finch's cluttered London desk. Alistair, a botanist whose career had veered from mainstream taxonomy into the controversial study of ethereal flora, plants rumored to draw sustenance not just from soil and sun, but from human emotion and memory, knew the implications. The nightshade was the sigil of the Blackwood Fen Conservancy, a reclusive organization dedicated to the preservation of a unique, and some said, sentient, ecosystem deep within the unmapped wetlands of East Anglia. The accompanying note, penned in a spidery, archaic script on what felt like dried reed paper, was from one Silas Thorne, curator of the bloom. It spoke of an imbalance in the fen's respiration, of discordant pollens, and a wilting of the umbral lilies, phenomena that required Alistair's unique botanical sensitivities. The stipend offered was considerable, enough to silence the whispers of his more conventional colleagues for a good while. Alistair, whose own research had led him to believe that certain ancient, isolated ecosystems could develop a form of collective, vegetative consciousness, felt a familiar, dangerous thrill. Blackwood Fen was a legend in his esoteric field, a place where the veil between the botanical and the something else was said to be almost non-existent. The journey to Blackwood Fen was a descent into deepening isolation and oppressive humidity. The train tracks gave way to narrow, unpaved roads, then to a treacherous raised boardwalk that wound its way through miles of mist-shrouded marshland. The air grew thick, cloying, heavy with the scent of decaying vegetation, stagnant water, and 1,000 unidentifiable, unsettlingly sweet floral perfumes. Strange, bioluminescent fungi glowed with an eerie internal light from the gnarled roots of ancient black-barked willows that dripped with Spanish moss like funeral shrouds. Silas Thorne met him where the boardwalk ended, at a small, dilapidated, wooden jetty on the edge of a vast blackwater lagoon. Thorne was as much a part of the fen as the ancient willows themselves. A tall, gaunt figure draped in rough homespun garments the color of dried reeds, his face weathered and seamed like old bark, his eyes the pale, luminous green of new growth, moss. His voice was a low, breathy whisper, like wind sighing through cattails. "Dr. Finch," Thorne rasped, his gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to penetrate Alistair's carefully constructed academic facade. The fen, it breathes shallowly. The umbral lilies fade. The heart bloom, it weeps. He pulled a flat-bottomed skiff through a labyrinth of narrow, reed-choked waterways, deeper into the heart of the fen. The silence here was absolute, broken only by the drip of water from the skiff's pole, the occasional croak of an unseen frog, and the faint, almost subliminal sighing of the wind through the towering reeds. The air grew heavier, more perfumed, the scents of the strange flora mingling into an intoxicating, almost soporific miasma. Thorne's dwelling and Alistair's temporary lodging was a cluster of interconnected domed structures built on stilts, above the black water, woven from living willow branches and waterproofed with layers of compacted peat and moss. It was less a house and more a nest, a part of the fen itself. Inside, the air was surprisingly dry, lit by the soft, ambient glow of bioluminescent fungi cultivated in clay pots. The walls were lined with shelves holding countless glass jars filled with dried herbs, preserved blossoms, strange seeds, and murky, viscous liquids. A central chamber, larger than the others, housed what Thorne called the oraculum florae, a shallow, circular pool of black water upon whose surface floated a single, massive, multi-petaled lily, its color a shifting, iridescent spectrum of blues, purples, and blacks. This, Alistair realized with a jolt, was the heart bloom. It pulsed with a faint internal light, and its petals seemed to tremble with a life of their own. "The fen speaks through the heart bloom," Thorn whispered, his eyes fixed on the great lily. Its joys, its sorrows, its imbalances. Of late, its song has been one of distress. Alistair's task, Thorn explained, was to listen to the fen, to diagnose the source of its malaise, to identify the discordant pollen or blighted root that was causing the umbral lilies, rare nocturnal flowers said to bloom only in the presence of profound sorrow or loss, to wilt before their time. His tools would be his botanical knowledge, his empathetic resonance with the plant kingdom, and a collection of antique silver-tipped divining rods that Thorn claimed were attuned to the fen's bioetheric frequencies. The first few days were a disorienting immersion into a world that defied conventional biology. Alistair waded through shallow, reed-choked waterways, pulled the skiff through dark, silent lagoons, his senses overwhelmed by the sheer, alien strangeness of the fen's flora. Plants that seemed to track his movements with their oversized, carnivorous-looking blossoms. Vines that writhed with a slow, deliberate sentience. Fungi that emitted faint, melancholic musical notes when the wind sighed through their delicate caps. He began to understand what Thorn meant by the fen breathing. The entire ecosystem seemed to operate on a slow, collective, vegetative rhythm. The air itself felt alive, a conduit for unspoken thoughts, for shared botanical emotions. The discordant pollens made their presence known on the third night. Alistair was in his small, woven chamber, trying to sleep despite the oppressive humidity and the constant, subtle chorus of the fen's nocturnal life. He was jolted awake by a scent he hadn't encountered before. Sharp, acrid, almost metallic, cutting through the usual sweet, cloying perfumes. It carried with it a profound sense of anxiety, of fear. He looked out through the woven willow walls. The fen was unnaturally still. The usual chorus of frog croaks and insect chirps had fallen silent. The bioluminescent fungi pulsed erratically, their light dimming and flaring. And the heart bloom, visible from his chamber, was tightly closed. Its usually vibrant colors faded to a dull, bruised purple. He found Thorn standing by the oraculum florae, his gaunt frame rigid, his moss-green eyes fixed on the distressed lily. "The blight wind blows tonight, Dr. Finch," he whispered, his voice tighter than usual. "It carries the spores of the unbidden. They seek to take root in the fen's sorrow." The unbidden. Alistair had encountered the term in some of Thorn's arcane botanical texts, a class of parasitic, perhaps even predatory flora that fed not on sunlight or soil, but on negative emotional energy, on grief, on despair. They were rumored to be drawn to places of profound, unresolved sorrow, taking root in the psychic wounds of a landscape or a community. Over the next few days, the effects of the blight wind became more apparent. Patches of the fen's usually vibrant vegetation began to wither, to turn a sickly, bruised black. The umbral lilies, which Thorn said had once bloomed in profusion around a series of small, isolated islands deep within the marsh, were now almost entirely absent, their once velvet petals shriveled and dry, and the fen's respiration grew shallower, its collective consciousness seemingly retreating, withdrawing from the encroaching blight. The whispers Alistair had begun to discern within the rustling reeds and the sighing willows faded into a fearful, apprehensive silence. He found Thorne's personal journals, hidden beneath a loose flagstone in the central chamber. They were bound in what looked like cured water lily pads, their pages filled with a script that was part botanical notation, part alchemical symbols, part poetry. The fen weeps. Its sorrow is an open wound. The unbidden are drawn to it, like carrion flies to a fresh kill. They seek to colonize its grief, to turn its ancient sadness into a perpetual, festering blight. The heart bloom weakens, its light dims. The memories it holds, the joyous bloomings, the quiet decays, the endless cycle of life and death, are being overwritten by a monotone of despair. I have tended the fen for longer than mortal years can count. I am its guardian, its voice. But my own roots grow shallow. My own leaves wither. I fear I can no longer shield it from this invasive sorrow. Alistair realized the true depth of the crisis. This wasn't just a botanical imbalance. It was a psychic assault on a sentient ecosystem. And Silas Thorne, the ancient curator, was failing. He began to use the silver-tipped divining rods, walking the fen, trying to locate the source of the blight wind, the epicenter of the unbidden's infestation. The rods twitched and pulled in his hands, leading him deeper and deeper into the most desolate, stagnant parts of the marsh, places where the water was black and oily, where the air hung thick and fetid, where even the resilient willows seemed to recoil. He found the first blight garden on a small, muddy islet, hidden within a dense thicket of skeletal, black-thorned bushes. Here, the unbidden flora thrived. Twisted, cancerous-looking fungi pulsed with a sickly internal light. Vines, like black, thorny tentacles, writhed on the ground, and in the center, a cluster of flowers unlike anything Alistair had ever seen. Their petals the color of congealed blood, their stamens like tiny, grasping claws, their scent a nauseating miasma of decay and utter, soul-crushing despair. As he approached, he felt a wave of profound, irrational sadness wash over him, a grief so intense it brought tears to his eyes. He felt his own carefully suppressed sorrows, the loss of his academic reputation, his years of solitary, unacknowledged research, his gnawing sense of professional and personal isolation, rising to the surface, amplified, distorted, almost. Welcomed by these terrible, empathic blossoms, he stumbled back, his heart pounding, his mind reeling. This was the source. These blight gardens were feeding on the fen's ambient sorrow, and in turn, amplifying it, spreading it like a psychic contagion. He returned to Thorne's dwelling, his face pale, his hands trembling. Thorne listened to his report, his ancient eyes filled with a weary resignation. "They have taken root in the old sorrows, Dr. Finch," he whispered. "The places where the fen's memory is most wounded. The lost hatchlings, the drowned fawns, the ancient trees struck by lightning. The unbidden weave these griefs into their own tapestry of despair." "How do we fight them?" Alistair asked, his voice hoarse. Thorne shook his head slowly. "They cannot be fought with blade or fire. They are not of that order. They must be reharmonized. Their discordant sorrow must be transmuted." He looked at Alistair, his gaze piercing. "The fen chose you, Dr. Finch. Your sensitivity, your understanding of the silent language of plants. It is you who must attempt the re-blooming." the reblooming. Alistair had read of it in Thorne's journals, an ancient, dangerous ritual, requiring the botanist to merge their own consciousness with that of the fen, to become a conduit for its healing, to offer their own emotional energy as a counterbalance to the encroaching blight. It was a process from which few, Thorne's journals hinted, ever fully returned. Alistair felt a cold knot of fear tighten in his stomach. This was beyond any academic pursuit. This was a descent into a realm of primal, sentient nature that defied human comprehension. But he looked at the heart bloom, its magnificent petals now almost entirely closed, its light a faint, desperate flicker. He thought of the fen, this ancient, unique ecosystem, slowly suffocating under a tide of parasitic despair. He thought of his own life, his own research, his own quiet sorrows. Perhaps this was what he had been searching for all along. Not just to study life, but to participate in its deepest, most mysterious processes. "Tell me what I must do," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. Thorne led him to the oraculum flore. He instructed Alistair to immerse his hands in the cool black water, to close his eyes, and to listen, not with his ears, but with his heart, with his soul. To reach out with his own consciousness and touch the fading consciousness of the fen. Alistair did as he was told. As his hands slipped beneath the surface of the black water, he felt a jolt, as if an electric current had passed through him. The world dissolved. His senses expanded, exploded. He was no longer Alistair Finch, the botanist. He was the fen. He felt the slow, ancient pulse of its life, the network of roots that bound it together, the silent, ceaseless communication between its myriad inhabitants. He felt its joys, the warmth of the sun, the cool kiss of the rain, the vibrant surge of new growth. And he felt its sorrows, the ancient griefs, the fresh wounds, the encroaching, chilling despair of the unbidden. He felt the blight gardens, like cold, festering sores on the fen's consciousness, their tendrils of despair reaching out, poisoning, consuming. He felt the unbidden themselves, their cold, alien hunger, their insatiable need to feed on sorrow. And he understood. The unbidden were not truly malevolent. They were simply empty. They were a void, a negation, drawn to sorrow because it was the closest thing to their own state of being. They sought to fill their emptiness with the pain of others, to create a universe of shared, resonant despair. He knew what he had to offer them. Not resistance, not attack, but something else. Something they had never encountered. He reached out, with his own consciousness, not to the fen itself, but to the blight gardens, to the heart of the unbidden sorrow. And he offered them his own. His academic frustrations, his professional isolation, the quiet ache of a life lived largely unacknowledged, the poignant beauty of his solitary pursuits. He didn't offer it as a sacrifice, but as a gift, a shared experience, a different kind of sorrow, not the raw, festering grief of loss, but the complex, bittersweet melancholy of a life lived in pursuit of an elusive, perhaps unattainable, truth. The effect was immediate and astonishing. The unbidden recoiled, their tendrils of despair momentarily faltering. This was not the sorrow they understood, not the pure, unadulterated grief they craved. This was nuanced, complex, tinged with understanding, with acceptance, even with a strange quiet beauty. Alistair pressed his advantage. He poured more of himself into the connection. His love for the intricate beauty of a fern frond, his fascination with the silent, patient wisdom of ancient trees, his quiet joy in the discovery of a new, unclassified species. He offered them not just his sorrow, but his wonder, his curiosity, his profound, almost reverent connection to the botanical world. The blight gardens began to change. The blood-red flowers, their petals still tinged with despair, began to unfurl, revealing centers of an astonishing luminous gold. The black thorny vines softened, their thorns receding, their surfaces taking on a silvery sheen. The nauseating scent of decay and despair was slowly, almost imperceptibly replaced by a new fragrance. Complex, bittersweet, reminiscent of damp earth after a spring rain, of old books, of quiet contemplation. The fen itself responded. The heart bloom in the oraculum florae began to unfurl, its colors brightening, its internal light pulsing with a new vibrant energy. The umbral lilies, deep within the marsh, began to stir, their withered petals plumping, their dark, sorrowful beauty reawakening. Alistair felt a profound, almost unbearable connection to it all. He was the fen, and the fen was him. His consciousness was a tapestry woven from a million botanical lives, a symphony of rustling leaves, unfurling blossoms, and questing roots. But he also felt himself fading. His individual identity, his human memories were being absorbed, diluted, becoming part of the larger collective consciousness of Blackwood Fen. He was losing Alistair Finch, the botanist, and becoming something else. Something ancient. Something vegetative. Something profoundly, terrifyingly at peace. He saw Silas Thorne watching him, his ancient moss-green eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and profound understanding. Thorne nodded slowly, a gesture of acceptance, of farewell. Alistair knew this was the price of the reblooming. To heal the fen, he had to become part of it. To restore its harmony, he had to surrender his own. He did not fight it. He embraced it. He let his consciousness dissolve, merge, become one with the slow, ancient, breathing life of Blackwood Fen. His last coherent thought was of a single, perfect, nightshade blossom, its dark petals unfurled against a stormy sky. Months later, a young, ambitious botanist named Alara Vance, the names, like seeds, always seemed to find fertile ground in these forgotten places, received a curious, anonymous grant. It was to study a newly documented and highly unusual phenomenon in a remote wetland in East Anglia, a species of parasitic flora previously thought to feed exclusively on negative emotional energy that had inexplicably begun to exhibit symbiotic, even beneficial characteristics. These transmuted blight flowers, as the grant proposal termed them, were now said to absorb and neutralize localized pockets of environmental and emotional distress. Their once garish colors softened to muted, complex hues, their once toxic scent transformed into a calming, therapeutic aroma. Alara, intrigued, made the arduous journey to Blackwood Fen. She found Silas Thorne, ancient and serene, still tending the oraculum florae. The heartbloom pulsed with a vibrant, healthy light. The umbral lilies bloomed in profusion, their sorrowful beauty now tinged with a strange, quiet resilience. And deep within the fen, in the heart of what had once been the blight gardens, she found the transmuted blight flowers, their strange, bittersweet perfume filling the air. They were beautiful, in a complex, unsettling way. She also found, nestled among their roots, a single silver-tipped divining rod, its surface covered in a fine network of what looked like fossilized veins, and beside it, a small, leather-bound journal, its pages filled with meticulous botanical notes that gradually, almost imperceptibly, transformed into a lyrical, almost poetic, meditation on the interconnectedness of all living things, on the silent, sentient language of the plant kingdom. The final entry was a single, beautifully rendered drawing of a nightshade blossom, its petals unfurled as if in greeting. Ilara Vance never knew the full story of Dr. Alistair Finch, the botanist who had come to Blackwood Fen before her, but as she studied the transmuted blight, as she breathed in its strange, calming perfume, as she listened to the ancient, whispering silence of the fen, she sometimes felt a profound sense of understanding. A sense that she was not alone in her research, that the fen itself, and perhaps a gentle, scholarly spirit woven into its very fabric, was guiding her, sharing its secrets. The fen breathed deeply now, its ancient heart strong, its sorrows harmonized. The blight, once a threat, was now a part of its complex, resilient beauty. And somewhere, within its rustling reeds and sighing willows, the consciousness of Alistair Finch, the botanist of Blackwood Fen, continued its eternal silent communion with the green, growing heart of the world. The work, after all, was never truly finished. It simply evolved. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single antique vacuum tube, its glass casing cool and strangely resonant to the touch, left on Dr. Alistair Finch's cluttered London workbench. Alistair, a physicist whose career had veered from mainstream particle theory into the controversial and largely ridiculed study of residual chronal echoes, the theoretical possibility that intense emotional or temporal events could leave lasting imprints on the fabric of space-time, detectable as subtle, anomalous energy signatures, knew the implication. The tube, a rare 1920s audione, was the calling card of the Etheric Resonance Society, a clandestine organization rumored to chart not geographical anomalies, but disturbances in the very flow of time itself. The accompanying note, etched onto a thin sheet of tarnished copper, was from one Silas Thorne, curator of the chronoscape. It spoke of a temporal dissonance detected at a remote, decommissioned radio observatory in the Chilean Andes, a place known only as Cerro Quietus, the Silent Peak. The observatory, Thorne's note explained, had once housed a massive, experimental chronal resonator designed by the Society's enigmatic founder, Alistair Thorne, the Thorne name, a persistent, unsettling echo in Alistair Finch's own life, despite no known familial connection, to listen to the whispers of lost time. Now, Silas Thorne wrote, the resonator was emitting erratic, unscheduled broadcasts, and the ambient chronal static around Cerro Quietus was unraveling. Alistair's unique expertise in detecting residual temporal energies was urgently required. The offered stipend was, as always in such esoteric endeavors, substantial enough to override his academic caution. Alistair, whose own theories had been dismissed as scientific fantasy by his peers, felt a familiar, dangerous pull. Cerro Quietus was a legend in his small, marginalized field, a place where the boundaries of time were said to be porous, where the past, present, and perhaps even the future bled into one another. The journey to Cerro Quietus was an ascent into profound isolation and thinning air. A series of increasingly precarious local flights, followed by a bone-jarring jeep ride up a narrow, switchback-laden mountain track, finally brought him to a desolate, windswept plateau high in the Andes. The observatory was a cluster of stark, white domes, their telescope slits like vacant eyes staring out at the impossibly clear, star-drenched sky. The air was thin, bitingly cold, and carried the faint, almost imperceptible scent of ozone, old machinery, and something else. A subtle, high-pitched hum, a sound that seemed to vibrate at the very edge of hearing, making his teeth ache. Silas. Thorne met him at the entrance to the main observatory dome. He was not what Alistair had expected. Not an ancient, robed mystic, but a man of striking, almost ageless intensity, his eyes the pale, piercing blue of glacial ice, his movements precise and economical. He wore practical, insulated clothing, but carried an antique silver-headed cane that seemed more a symbol of office than a walking aid. "Dr. Finch," Thorne said, his voice a low, resonant baritone that seemed to cut through the thin air with effortless clarity. "Your arrival is timely. The dissonance intensifies. The echoes are growing, impatient." He led Alistair into the heart of the main dome. It was a vast, circular chamber. Its domed ceiling opened to the star-filled sky through a massive, retractable aperture. But instead of a telescope, the chamber was dominated by Alistair Thorne's chronal resonator. It was a breathtaking, terrifying sight. A colossal, intricate web of copper coils, silver-plated parabolic dishes, and crystalline structures of impossible non-Euclidean geometries, all focused on a central, slowly rotating sphere of what looked like solidified black light. The entire apparatus hummed with a palpable, contained power, the air around it crackling with static electricity, the high-pitched whine almost unbearable. "The chronometer," Thorne said, his gaze fixed on the pulsating, black sphere. Or, as my ancestor preferred, the ear of ages. It was designed not to transmit, but to receive. To listen to the residual emanations of time itself, the echoes of moments long past, the whispers of what might have been. Alistair, the physicist, felt a thrill of horrified awe. This was the physical manifestation of his most outlandish theories. This was a machine built to listen to ghosts, to capture the dying breath of forgotten eras. For decades, it has maintained a delicate equilibrium, Thorne continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, filtering the ambient chronal static, cataloging the significant echoes, preserving a semblance of temporal order in this uniquely resonant location. But recently, something has disturbed its function. A new signal, a powerful, discordant broadcast, has emerged from within the resonator itself. It is an echo of a future that should not be, a possibility that must be unwritten. Alistair's task, Thorne explained, was to enter the resonance chamber, a shielded antechamber directly connected to the chronometer's core. And using a combination of his own sensitivities and a set of custom-built chronal dampeners to isolate this rogue future echo, to understand its origin, and to reintegrate it into the silent stream of unpotentiated possibilities. He was given a small, Spartan observation cell adjoining the main dome, containing a cot, a data terminal linked to the chronometer's archaic recording devices, and a collection of Alistair Thorne the Elder's journals. These were bound in what looked like cured meteoritic iron, their pages filled with a script that was part advanced physics, part alchemical notation, part pure, terrifying poetry. The first few days were spent acclimatizing to the altitude, The oppressive silence, broken only by the chronometer's incessant, high-pitched hum, and the sheer alien strangeness of the place. He studied Thorne's journals, his mind reeling at the audacity, the genius, the sheer terrifying hubris of his ancestors' ambition. October 17th, 1898. The resonator sings tonight. I have heard the echoes of lost empires, the final words of forgotten prophets, the silent scream of dying stars. Time is not a river, but an ocean, and we are but fleeting currents within its depths. November 5th, 1898. The danger is not in listening to the past, but in inadvertently amplifying it. Or worse, in attuning to a future that has not yet earned its existence. Such echoes are ravenous. They seek to overwrite the present, to impose their will upon the fragile tapestry of now. Alistair began to experience the temporal dissonance firsthand. Time itself seemed to warp and buckle around Cerro Quietus. He would lose hours, with no memory of their passing. Objects would appear and disappear. He would hear conversations, arguments, warnings, in his own voice, or in Silas Thorne's, that had not yet happened, or had happened in a subtly different past. The chronometer's unscheduled broadcasts became more frequent, more intense. They were not radio waves, but waves of temporal distortion. The air in the main dome would shimmer, and for fleeting moments, Alistair would see visions, impossible, futuristic cityscapes crumbling into dust, alien skies filled with warring crystalline fleets. A lone, desolate figure, cloaked and hooded, standing on the shores of a dying black ocean. These were the echoes of the rogue future, bleeding through. Silas Thorne, when Alistair confronted him, was grim. The bleed intensifies, he said, his ice-blue eyes troubled. The rogue future seeks to anchor itself, to solidify. It is a parasitic timeline, feeding on the energies of our present. If it fully manifests, it will unravel everything. What is this future? Alistair demanded. Where does it come from? Thorne hesitated. My ancestor believed that certain powerful cataclysmic events, even those yet to occur, could cast temporal shadows, echoes that travel backwards through time. This particular echo, it is a future of profound silence, a universe where all life, all consciousness has been extinguished, a great stillness, and something within that stillness, something vast and cold and utterly alien, is using the chronometer as a beacon, a doorway. Alistair felt a chill that had nothing to do with the thin mountain air. This was not just an academic exercise. This was a battle for the present, for the very continuation of their own reality. He knew he could no longer delay entering the resonance chamber. It was a small, spherical room, its walls lined with a seamless, black, obsidian-like material that absorbed all light and sound. In the center, a single, uncomfortable-looking chair faced a shimmering, translucent interface that Alistair assumed was directly connected to the chronometer's core, the pulsating black sphere. The chronal dampeners, a series of complex, crystalline devices, were arranged around the chair. Silas Thorne strapped him into the chair, his movements precise, almost ritualistic. The dampeners will shield your consciousness to a degree, he said, his voice low. But you must be resilient, Dr. Finch. The rogue future will try to infiltrate your mind, to overwrite your perceptions, to make you accept its inevitability. He placed a helmet of woven copper and silver wires on Alistair's head. This will allow you to perceive the chronal frequencies directly, to see the structure of the rogue echo. Find its anchor point, its seed. And then, you must unmake it, not by force, but by paradox. The chamber sealed with a soft pneumatic hiss, plunging Alistair into absolute darkness and silence. Then, the interface before him flickered to life, and the high-pitched hum of the chronometer filled his mind, no longer as an external sound, but as an internal, all-encompassing vibration. He was adrift in an ocean of pure, undifferentiated time. He saw the echoes of the past, fleeting, ghostly images, the construction of the observatory, his ancestor Alistair Thorne, gaunt and obsessive, toiling over the nascent chronometer. Generations of Silas Thornes, the silent, vigilant keepers, tending the delicate balance. Then, the rogue future began to bleed through. The visions were overwhelming, terrifying. The crumbling, futuristic cityscapes, the silent, dying stars, the vast, cold emptiness, and the presence behind it all, the great stillness, an intelligence so vast, so alien, so utterly devoid of warmth or life, that Alistair felt his own sanity begin to crack. It spoke to him, not in words, but in pure, conceptual transference, its message one of ultimate entropy, of the inevitable heat-death of all things, of the beauty and peace of absolute eternal silence. It offered him a place within that silence, a cessation of struggle, of thought, of being. He felt himself agreeing. The logic was undeniable. The peace it offered was seductive. But then, he saw other echoes, not from the distant past or the rogue future, but from his own life. The frustration of his dismissed theories, the quiet joy of a new discovery, the comforting weight of an ancient leather-bound book in his hands, the simple human need to understand, to question, to connect. These were small, fragile echoes, almost lost in the overwhelming roar of the rogue future's entropic song. But they were his. He remembered Silas Thorne's final instruction. Unmake it, by paradox. How do you unmake a future that claims to be inevitable? How do you introduce paradox into a song of absolute silent certainty? He focused on the central image of the rogue future, the lone, cloaked figure standing on the shores of a dying black ocean, the embodiment of the great stillness. And he asked it a question, not with words, but with the full force of his own. Suddenly defiant consciousness. If all is silence, who is left to appreciate it? If all is ended, what is the purpose of your vigil? The effect was instantaneous. The rogue future recoiled, its images flickering, distorting. The great stillness, for the first time, seemed uncertain. Its song of inevitable entropy faltered, a discordant note of confusion, entering its perfect, cold harmony. Alistair pressed his advantage. He flooded the connection with more questions, more paradoxes. He showed it the chaotic, unpredictable beauty of a fractal. He projected the concept of a self-referential loop, of a story that eats its own tail. He introduced the illogical, untidy, glorious mess of human emotion, love, grief, hope, despair, concepts that had no place in its sterile, silent universe. He was, in essence, infecting the rogue future with the noise of human existence. The great stillness shrieked, a silent, psychic howl of outrage and disbelief. Its perfect, cold logic was being unraveled by the messy, illogical, and utterly resilient illogic of life. The visions of the rogue future began to fragment, to break apart like shattered glass. The crumbling cityscapes dissolved. The dying stars winked out. The vast, cold emptiness was filled with a chaotic, swirling static. The static of unpotentiated possibilities, of futures unwritten, of choices yet to be made. The chronometer in the main dome outside groaned, a sound of immense, mechanical stress. The pulsating black sphere at its core flickered erratically, then began to shrink, to condense, drawing the rogue future echo back into itself, compressing it, neutralizing it. Alistair felt a profound sense of release. The pressure in his skull eased. The high-pitched hum faded. The visions ceased. He was left in darkness, in silence, his body trembling, his mind exhausted, but miraculously his own. When the resonance chamber door finally hissed open, Silas Thorne was there, his usually impassive face etched with a mixture of awe and profound relief. "You did it, Dr. Finch," he said, his voice filled with a quiet reverence. "You reharmonized the chronoscape. You unsang the song of the great stillness." Alistair returned to his small Spartan cell. He slept for nearly 24 hours, a deep, dreamless sleep. When he awoke, the observatory felt different. The oppressive atmosphere was gone. The high-pitched hum of the chronometer was softer, now a gentle, rhythmic pulse, like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant. The air was clean, crisp, the silence no longer threatening but peaceful. He spent another week at Cerro Quietus, working with Silas Thorne to recalibrate the chronometer, to strengthen its filters, to ensure that such a rogue future echo could not so easily bleed through again. He learned that the Thorne lineage and the Etheric Resonance Society were not malevolent, but were guardians, a lonely, thankless watch against the temporal dissonances that threatened to unravel reality. They were the cartographers of a map that could never be completed, the librarians of a library whose books were constantly being rewritten. When Alistair Finch finally descended from the silent peak, leaving Silas Thorne to his solitary vigil, he was a changed man. He had journeyed to the edge of time, had conversed with the echoes of lost pasts and aborted futures, and had, against all odds, returned with his sanity and his present intact. He never published his findings on residual chronal echoes. The world, he knew, was not ready for such knowledge. And some doors, once opened, were best left permanently sealed. But he carried the silence of Cerro Quietus within him, a profound, internal stillness that allowed him to perceive the subtle, almost imperceptible resonances of time that flowed around him every day. He could hear the faint echoes of history in old buildings, in antique objects, in the very air he breathed. He was no longer a disgraced physicist. He was a listener, a silent cartographer of forgotten frequencies, forever attuned to the subtle, intricate, and often terrifying music of time itself. And he knew, with a certainty that was both a comfort and a burden, that the chronometer on its lonely Andean peak still hummed its silent song, a vigilant guardian against the futures that should not be, and a testament to the fragile, precious, and beautifully illogical now. The static between moments, he understood, was where the true stories resided, waiting for a mind quiet enough and brave enough to finally hear their tune.